Truth UnCompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda. Join us every Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Truth is peace. Truth is freedom to love, live, and be. We are Truth UnCompromised.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to Truth UnCompromised.
You have entered into a dimension of truth where time does not exist and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of Truth UnCompromised.
Oh, well, I just give up. It's just one of those days. My little Indian song is like gone. All right, fam. Dang. No Indian song today. Let me just come on. Welcome to the Truth UnCompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda, and tonight is Thursday, September 15th. So let me go on and get it out the way, because I'm fenced to tell y'all now, if this internet starts going down, it is what it is. I have literally been up and down on the internet since I woke up out the bed this morning. So it's something going on. Even coworkers, we're trying to have a meeting. Their internet was going up and down. Zoom was down across the nation earlier today. So I'm letting y'all know up front, this crap go down, I'm out. That's just gonna be it. I just can't do it no more. I'm exhausted. So welcome everybody. Let me send a shout out to the chat. Shout out to Sis Nonya. A shout out to Black Love 777. Shout out to Sis Divinity. Good to see you, sis. Shout out to Helenise. Good to see you as well. Shout out to Brother Friedman. Good to see you. And shout out to Boss Lady. Hey, beloved. Shout out to you. Okay, and shout out to the YouTube family. All right, fam. Hold on. Let me hit record. Because, child, this is probably going to be the one that I'm going to have to finagle.
Recording in progress.
All right. So, we got a lot of stuff to cover tonight. Shout out to Brother Odel. Hopefully he could join us tonight, but I do have some follow-up items I want to do. And go ahead on with the fuckery. I'm going to have to cuss somebody out tonight, a little group of people. They're going to have to get cussed out tonight. So I'm going to go ahead and get started. Oh, poor sis Sandra. All right, sis. I know you probably coming in. Hopefully you good. All right, so I'm going to just go on and get started. So I'm trying to get myself together before the show, wondering if the internet is going to cooperate. And what flashed across the TV screen, I told you all last week, we kind of discussed it, how there is secretive, well, I don't even think you could say secretive, but there's massive immigration going on, fam, right in front of our nose. And I shared with you all last week that I saw a news story of the Texas governor sending a group of migrants, they were from Venezuela, to Chicago, because I cussed the Chicago mayor out. And the reason I cussed her ass out, it was even more than immigration. She's doing an absolutely horrible job in Chicago. They need to get rid of her ass. So that's why she had that cussing out coming. So she was standing her bald-headed ass up there in a little news conference, mad at the Texas governor. Not that he sent the people, let's be clear. She wasn't mad that he sent the people because they accepted the people. I think it was like 30, if I'm not mistaken, 30 immigrants from Venezuela. She was mad because she didn't get any notice. Now, what's running through my mind is I know not only is Chicago broke, but Illinois, it's been broke for quite some time. Illinois and Chicago, their tax paying base is shrinking really rapidly. Homeowners are moving out, not to mention Illinois and Chicago have some of the highest taxes. So their tax base is leaving up out of there. The crime in the city is just, oh my God, it's off the hook. I just saw a story where 95th, y'all know the 95th L/CTA, beating people up, robbing them. Chi-Town is out of control. It's been out of control for a minute. How the hell you sitting up accepting migrants and your shit's not in order? So that's why I cussed her bald-headed ass out, and I stick by that. So I'm minding my business, hoping this internet gonna act right. And I see another story come up on the news, a little World News Tonight situation, where Florida's governor, as well as Texas governor, rerounded people up, sending them to other states. So let's start with the Texas governor since we started with him. The bank system was down, Brother Freeman. Ciao. And it's so bad. When I was in the meeting, one of the ladies, because I told them, I'm like, okay, I'm on here. I'm pretty sure I'm going to drop again, which I did drop again. So I'm not going to be able to come back, but y'all go on without me. So one of the other ladies was like, yeah, I was dropping too. And she said, it's this Mercury retrograde. And I cracked up because I did not expect her to be up on that. She's like, I know it's this Mercury retrograde. And sure enough, the little time I tried to stay on, her shit was dropping. So that's interesting. You said the bank was down. So yeah, something is going on. And I call the internet company. And they're like, oh, it's not an outage in your area. I'm getting rid of them anyway because they've been unstable. So I'm switching out next week. But in the meantime, yeah, something is definitely going on for sure. Let me bring on Sis Sandra. And then I'm going to get into the Texas governor clowning again. And this time I'm straight rolling. He a hot mess. Peace and love, sis.
Peace and love, Sis Brandon. Let me...
How are you?
Okay. I'm running, but I'm fine.
Okay, I can hear you good. So you got your...
Well, you know, I haven't turned it on yet.
Oh, don't even do it. My nerves is shot. I cannot take another equipment malfunction. I can't do it. I've been dealing with it all day. So
you know, they said it's because the ones I got didn't do Zoom. So
That
this
don't
one
make
here's,
sense, but
I don't know. They
okay.
just selling bad equipment, so
No,
whatever.
sis, I think in them people's defense, I think that was you. Because didn't you go through two things?
Yeah, but it was different things for each one of them.
Oh, okay. Well,
It wasn't the same thing.
okay. Well, don't touch nothing. I can hear you fine. Because I promise you, I already made my announcement that if the
No
stream
problem.
goes down, no. If the stream goes down, I'm out. I'm not gonna try to restart it because I've had a hell of a day with this internet equipment. So I'm just giving you forewarning. If it go down, that's deuces. I'm gonna be done tonight. Okay, but you're
Well,
good. You're good right now. Okay, so let me bring up this real quick.
I was listening to you.
Okay, yeah, girl, the Texas governor. I just literally heard this when I was jumping on the air. The Texas governor in
Florida.
yeah, girl, you know they are showing their ass. I was rolling.
But you know what? Kamala Harris is going down there at the border and saying nothing's happening, everything's okay, the border's secure. But when you're getting 4 million people in 18 months.
Wait, whoa. Hold up. What do you mean 4 million people?
4 million people are coming into the country. And I think it's 4 million. 1 million the first year, and then it's all open all over the world where people are coming from all over the world.
This is just ridiculous, and it's unacceptable. But yet, weren't they just pissing and whining and moaning about relieving these babies' debts on this damn student loan stuff?
But this was already going on. They just ignored it. Listen, this is a global reset, right?
Yeah.
And the global people believe in no borders. So this is why these people are opening our border, because they're part of the globalist reset. And they're following the guidelines. Remember, I've told you about the ESG. That was one of the guidelines, no borders. So they're letting all these people come in. When Mr. Sleepy Joe got into office, he said all the borders, is open, and they something 42, I forget what it is. It was repealed after he took office, or it had expired. So after that, 42 had passed. I can't Article 42 or whatever. Then the borders were open to the world. And they have like millions or hundreds of thousands of kids that are coming unescorted. So they're trafficking.
Oh, well, allegedly and supposedly. You can't say that. Right.
Well, they're paying the cartels to bring all these people in. So that's trafficking. Cartels are making like $10,000 a person. And then they have the Catholic charities housing them, all kinds of stuff. So Florida, DeSantis sent his to Martha's Vineyard today.
Yeah, I'm gonna get on his butt in a minute. But the Texas governor, Texas sends migrants. I mean, this is real petty. Texas sends migrants to vice president's Washington residence. They petty as hell.
Yeah, but see, they have sanctuary cities in New York and stuff. They have sanctuary.
Yeah, because Chicago is one of the sanctuary cities. And that's why I cussed Chicago's mayor out. It wasn't only for that, because she's doing a horrible job with Chicago. But the fact being, y'all broke as fuck. Although I do know they're getting payments from the federal government.
Yeah, they are getting
to house these folks. So let's get it clear. They're not accepting these migrants for free. But I mean, I'm talking about the individual cities. Now, I don't know if the state is getting kickbacks from this. I'm assuming they are, but we do know the
saying
cities are. The Fed government are paying them to take these migrants, okay?
What they
Sorry, go ahead, sis.
what they said today is that they got the money for the sanctuary cities, but obviously they're not using it for the sanctuary cities because they're having a cow because those people are there and is hitting their economy.
What do you
So
mean
they
they're not using it for the sanctuary cities? You mean the Fed's not giving the money to the cities?
No, the cities are not using the money that the feds gave them.
Well, what else is new? What? I can't. But they're getting the kickbacks, fam.
Right.
For these immigrants coming in.
But the taxpayer is paying for those kickbacks.
That's always the case.
It's going to cost
but in the meantime, I can't get a tic tac in this motherfucker. So let's go over this article real quick. So, oh boy, sent the migrants to Vice President Washington residents, 2 buses carrying migrants, and this is from BBC, y'all. This is from BBC. 2 buses carrying,
Nothing. I'm talking to the dog.
Oh, okay. Okay, the dog is back on the set. Good.
No, he's gonna get in trouble.
Uh-oh. 2 buses carrying migrants were sent from Texas to just outside Vice President Kamala Harris's residence in Washington, D.C. on Thursday amid a growing political row over immigration. The state's Republican governor said the move was intentional, no shit, and called for tighter immigration policies. It comes a day after Florida sent migrants to Massachusetts Island. Both states appear to be escalating a tactic which has seen Republican states send migrants to Democratic areas. Okay, so the other piece to this that we really can't ignore is that they're playing political games also, okay? Because it's time for an election, and you know how pimps do. They want to put on a show. That's what pimps do. They put on a show to get the whores, you voters, to perform. Okay? As political tensions over the number of people arriving at the U.S.-Mexico border grows, states such as Texas and Arizona have sent thousands of migrants to cities such as Chicago, New York, and Washington, D.C., which they accuse of failing to fully enforce immigration laws. While legal experts say the tactic will likely be challenged in court, it remains unclear what the legal basis for such a challenge would be. Immigration groups in both Washington, D.C. and the wealthy Massachusetts island of Martha's Vineyard, I know they freaking out in Martha's Vineyard. See all them brown people that's not speaking the English language. I know they freaking out, especially because they ain't got, no cleaning supplies in their hands or no gardening tools. I know they freaking out, but nonetheless, Massachusetts Island of Martha's Vineyard said they were not given an advance warning about the arrivals. That's the same script, this advance warning, that's the exact same script that bald-headed ass mayor of Chicago said. Not that she was pissed that they was coming, but the fact that she, quote, quote, supposedly and allegedly didn't get warning. Footage shown on Fox News showed 2 buses reportedly carrying between 75 and 100 people arriving. This petty as fuck, though. I ain't been alive. This shit petty. Arriving near the vice president's residence and migrants who were mostly from Venezuela. That's what the Chi-Town busload of people were from Venezuela. gathering their belongings. This is so petty. This is so petty. So they were seen gathering their belongings and standing nearby. And shipped these buses to this woman's crib. That's petty as hell. But I'm here for it. All right, so a non-governmental organization later came and reportedly transported them to a church. Harris claims our border is secure. This was you was talking about, Sis Sandra.
Yeah. It had about 16 or 17 caravans of people already.
Girl, I'm rolling because this petty as hell. He just go over and send the people to her crib. This shit petty as hell. Harris claims our border is secure and denies the crisis.
Yeah. She's supposed to be taking care of it, you see. They appointed her to take care of it.
He said, oh, yeah? Oh, yeah, whore. It's secure, huh?
So that's what they did.
Look outside your window. This shit is petty. Oh, well, my God.
They done declared, a lot of counties have declared the country is under invasion because there's thousands and millions of people coming across the border.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
Even I saw one of the ICE guards open the gate and let him in. They had it on video. They caught him on video.
Wow. Yeah, because you know, Sean said last week that he's seeing where he's at, Ukrainians come in. And somebody in one of the posts I made on YouTube, somebody said that they're seeing Ukrainians also, and then some people said in Chicago they're seeing a lot of Mexican immigrants. So this stuff is a mess.
Or it's not safe because they're not vetting the people. You know, the MS-13 gangs are coming in, cartel drug runners are coming in, the schools are being flooded with that fentanyl and stuff like that. Now people are dying. Matter of fact, I think a 15-year-old child just died yesterday in one of the schools because they're selling it to the children.
Okay, so Harris up there talking about everything is under control. We're sending migrants. So this is Texas governor saying we're sending migrants to her backyard to call on the Biden administration to do its job and secure the border.
Right.
We're in limbo. Among the migrants on the buses in Washington were Delinier Mendoza and his partner Mabel, a young Venezuelan couple. Now, just real quick, I don't know if y'all remember, about 7 years ago, remember when Venezuela's economy collapsed?
Right, under Chavez.
Remember Chavez was taken out?
Right.
They collapsed their economy. First, they debased their currency. So, in other words, they made their currency worthless.
Exactly, like they're doing now.
And then the economy got collapsed. And Venezuela never, ever recovered from that. And then Chavez, quote, was it just a year or two later, he wound up transitioning. I'm using that with quotation marks around it.
Allegedly, he went to Bush's house, to the White House for dinner, then caught an aggressive cancer.
Right. That's right. He passed from cancer. So
then they supported, the U.S. supported another dictator over them.
Right.
But don't forget, they first started starving the people. The grocery stores were empty of
they
food.
had food shortages and everything. Absolutely. So just to remind folks what was going on in Venezuela, okay? So, old boy and them, they've a Venezuelan, him and his old lady couple who arrived in the U.S. 5 days ago after a hard trek through Central America and Mexico. While officials in Texas told the couple they were headed to Washington, the pair only learned that they were that they were at the vice president's house.
That's funny. I tell you,
Girl, that's petty
like,
as hell.
that would be priceless. You know, because they come into California. I see them on the street.
Oh my God.
I'm in Central California. I didn't see them in a group walking with their bags on the street.
But you make no mistakes about it. Cities have always been doing this, because I remember in Atlanta, Atlanta thought they was slick back up in the day. Remember when Atlanta first got the Olympics? Because that's what really put Atlanta on the map, with a lot of businesses started coming there, this, that, and the third, when they got the Olympics. So supposedly and allegedly, I don't know. I wasn't in the room making them decisions, knowing that for sure, this, that, and the third. But Atlanta was shipping their homeless people to different cities. And so California, out west was one of them. I can't think of the other state right now. Nonetheless, child, they started getting hip to it. And while they started waiting for folks at the airport, they had people at the airport waiting on them Atlanta flights. You know, because back then, y'all remember the good old days when you can walk a person to the airport gate and sit and chill with them and chop it up until they little flight. Yeah, you was able to go through the whole thing, sit at the gate, key it up. So they had people at the gates with the Atlanta flights coming off, and they could pretty much tell who was homeless, and they would pull them to the little side, do the little questioning, and just repurchase them a ticket and send their ass right back to Atlanta. Okay? And then years later, people were sending their people to Atlanta, and Atlanta started doing the same thing. Okay? So this is nothing new, but this time, I'll put it this way. The scenario I just described meant they weren't getting no money for it. They weren't having it. Now, what's going on now, this is planned. This is most certainly planned.
Yeah. Well, Biden was sneaking them in the beginning.
And Obama was too. Mm-hmm. Obama was, because, they pulled that video down, y'all. But it was a video up on YouTube, and it got pulled down. This was years ago when Obama was in office.
Exactly. All that mess he was doing.
Well, this is just on immigration, and they interviewed a lady, and she told exactly how they did it, how they were busing these people during the nighttime to these different places. And she told about the benefits, the government benefits that these people were getting. A monthly check, a monthly cash check, they little stamps, plus medical, plus housing.
Right.
Now, I don't know about you, but ain't nobody tapped me on my shoulder and offered me none of that shit. I can't get a Tic Tac in this bitch.
They said it's going to cost the Americans $20 billion a year to do all this. To take care of these people.
I believe it. Hey, Brother Odel, let me, I'll drop the link in a second for you to come up.
Glad you laughing.
It's funny. How petty can you be? I was looking at that news story.
And the guy.
And California is a hot mess. Okay, y'all see that internet connection unstable. I ain't trying to have it. It
Really?
is what it is if it start clowning. Okay. All right. So old boy said he didn't know he was at what's the face home until he was told. And they said that's still funny as hell to me. The
Yeah,
parents,
I wonder how she accepted that.
girl, you know she didn't bring her scar ass out that house.
They should put them people at Pelosi's house. See what she do.
Shit. You know her scar ass if she was at home, you know she didn't come out of the house. Shit. All right. So the couple said they plan to spend the day with the local humanitarian organization before heading. Oh shit, New York. They coming y'all way.
Yeah, they coming to New York.
And New York, y'all can't afford it either. But let's continue. Another migrant, Cuban. Well, goddamn. Cuban nationalist Leonardo told news people that he had boarded a bus in Texas after officials offered him passage.
Yeah, people were surprised they got a free ride.
Free of charge.
Yeah, they really surprised. They offered them rides.
But can you imagine? First of all, that's got to be a lot for them, and you know that's nothing against the migrant people themselves. They're just trying to find a better life for their family because their government is not doing their job. They're living in poverty, this, that, and the third. So it's nothing against the migrants. Okay. But as an American, whether the migrants understand what I'm going to say or not, that's not my problem. What we're saying is we have to foot this bill. And if something was to happen to us, our little financial situation, there's no guarantee that we gonna get the setup like you get the setup. That's what we're saying. So how is it that you can get taken care of and which we're footing this bill? Let's be clear. Let me be clear. We're footing this bill. So I don't know how your mindset is set up, but the way my mindset is set up, if I'm footing the bill for something, goddamn it, I got to say so in that. And ain't nobody tapped us on the shoulder and asked us a damn thing. Okay? All right. So a local volunteer helping the migrants, Carla, was quoted as saying that immigration organizations were only told about the arrivals at the last minute. While we're doing this political show, and I agree it is a political show for sure, we have human beings feeling that their suffering is being exploited. It is being exploited, she said.
You have to,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
You have to understand they're sending them to specific states, and these are the blue states of Democratic governors. So the governors are going to profit in the end. I don't know why these governors are sitting there, because they're going to profit in the end, because all these people are going to be voting eventually, because they're getting driver's license and everything. So they'll be voting for Democrats.
Yeah, and that video that I told y'all that got deleted years ago off of YouTube, that's what the lady said. She said they're giving driver's license, this, that, and the third.
Social security cards, everything.
Yeah, the lady said it. She said it, and she went into the specific agencies that were, making all of these moves to allow all of these benefits to be free flowing, this, that, and the third. So now this is just my opinion.
No.
My opinion.
It's a good opinion.
This is a reset population.
Right. See, this is how they conquered America, remember?
Right.
This is exactly how they took it from us. They opened the gates for every European to come. Send me your masses, send me your poor.
Right. Exactly. Midnight Decipher. Yes.
And then it says, that's how the West was won. They start giving away the property. You settle on this property for 7 years, you own it.
Yep. Yep.
So they're doing it again, but this time it's not to their liking. Biden is doing it, but it's not to their liking because, you know, they said, this is ours, this is ours, this is ours. We won this is ours. But Biden is doing just what they did to us. And it's kind of strange that he would do that, except for the fact that he was quoted to say that he's giving back the land to the ones that rightfully own it.
Who said that now? I'm sorry.
Biden.
Who rightfully own what now?
You know, these Mexicans. That's what he's saying. The ones coming from South America and stuff.
See, Biden not you personally, Sis Sandra. You know what I'm saying. Y'all done let him get away with a lot of shit for quite a long time. You voters. He played y'all ass like a fiddle, especially melanated voters. He sat in your motherfucking face and told you, if you don't vote for him, you ain't black. Now he pretty much telling you that Mexican people, I'm giving them back their land. Bitch, what?
Yeah.
Huh?
And they gonna vote for me. They'll stay in office
because that's really what it's. And it's even, well, we all know it's deeper than the voting. On the surface, it's about the voting. But make no mistake about it, this is the reset population. That's what they're doing.
Yep.
Okay? Because if you look at the Caucasian projection birth rate numbers, they're in negative decline. Okay? This is a reset population. Okay?
Right.
They're claiming that there's a shortage of workers.
Yep.
So this is going to be their answer.
So they starve us out, bring them all in, and then everything's going to be hunky-dory.
Yeah, because make no mistake about it, the wages that they were giving folks weren't livable to damn begin with.
Did you hear what Nuisance did?
Oh Lord, what do you do now?
He changed the law for hamburger joint people.
Who?
A minimum nuisance.
For the who people? That's the part I didn't hear.
Hamburger joint people minimum wage to $22 an hour.
You bullshit. Did it pass?
I said,
did it pass or is he proposing that?
No, I think it's finished.
Cali is done. I told y'all Cali is done. There's no way that's sustainable.
No, the people can't even afford it. The restaurant owners.
That's what I'm saying. You know. Exactly. $22 an hour per worker.
Per worker.
And the sad part about it, that still ain't enough to live in Cali.
No, it isn't. Well, see, that's what happened in Silicon Valley, remember?
Yeah.
They opened that land up for purchase, and they sent buses of Chinese people. China sent bucket loads of money with their people, and they bought houses that was even burnt down.
Yep.
Bought them. They bought all the houses in Silicon Valley, and now the people, you know, the hamburger workers and all that kind of stuff, can't afford the rent.
Yep.
They can't afford the rent, so they end up homeless.
Yep, that's true.
The man was on the beach, and they interviewed him. I don't know which beach he was on, maybe down here in Cali, but the Southern Cali. He said they interviewed him. They asked him, "How come it was cause they were intense on the beach?" He said, "How come you're here?" He said, "Well, I'm here because my rent was $2,000 a month, and then they booted it up to $4,000 a month."
Oh my God.
He said, "I couldn't afford it." Well, that's what they're about to do to LA. That's exactly what they're about to do to LA.
I thought it was already at that point with LA.
No, well, they didn't double it from 1,000 to 2,000, but they're going to do it more. They want everybody that's here already to be homeless.
Yeah, they want y'all out. That's what that is.
No, I mean out of the whole country.
Well,
it's gonna be countrywide.
yeah, well,
we're gonna be the ones who probably suffer first, but you guys gonna go along with the program because they're gonna do it like that.
Yeah, well,
because they said, "Oh, California's setting the example. California's setting the example," and I want to kick them.
Yeah, well. Okay, so in a similar move on Wednesday, 2 planes carrying migrants were flown to Martha's Vineyard in Massachusetts. The resort is a traditional summer destination for Hollywood stars, and former President Barack Obama is among those who have holiday homes in the area. The migrants, including children, arrived at, on Wednesday without any warning. Officials and volunteers then moved heaven and earth to set up the response like we would do in the event of a hurricane. Migrants were given food and clothing as well as being tested for Rona. Cool. So my thing is, and I'm not going to read through the rest of this because it is what it is. I guess, oh, wait, this is the only part I do want to read. Out of his state, telling reporters last year that the border would be secure the next day. This year, Florida representatives set aside $12 million for transporting migrants. This is interesting, fam, but that's what's going on. In my opinion, of course, on the surface, it's about the voter, getting a voting population, but it's also about getting, because remember, at the end of the day, this is about business. It's nothing more, nothing less. It's about business, and this is getting bodies in here to work. That's the bottom line. They want bodies to work. All right? And in the grand scheme of things, they're setting up reset population. They're moving people around the globe like they have always done throughout history. All right? So just pay attention. I wanted to bring that to y'all. Child, that literally just came out before I came on the air. So it is what it is. But that was petty as hell. Governor West's face. That shit was petty. I'm here for it. Don't get me wrong. But it was petty. All right. So let me drop the link for Brother Odel. And then I did have something else I wanted to go into. Just real quick, let me drop the link for Brother Odel. And then I'll go into my other piece. I know you all have heard about this. All right, Brother Odel, I'm dropping a link in here for you whenever you're ready to come up. So the other thing I wanted to go over, this is the go ahead on with the fuckery. I know you all have heard this going on. First of all, let's keep in mind all of these shenanigans that we're seeing in the media with different people transitioning. It is due to them performing. Yeah, that's what I'm about to go over, Sis Nonya. It's due to them, trying to pull off rituals to draw certain energy in and kind of take advantage of Mercury retrograde, if that makes sense. Okay. So exactly, Midnight Decipher, that immigration is the new background actors, the new slaves. Yes. Right. Yes. Okay. So the other thing with the go ahead on with the fuckery, I got to get on white folks' ass. Okay. Now, not all white folks, if it don't apply, let it fly. Okay. And if the shoe fit, lace that motherfucker up and wear it. That's just how we roll over here. But some white folks got their pennies in a bunch
Yes,
over a melanated mermaid.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm minding my business like I normally try to do. And I see that. I said, oh, yeah. So you all white folks that's upset, you don't understand mythology? Because the oldest mermaid mythology was a melanated mermaid.
They just found one on the beach. A young girl.
So you upset because of what now? So let me refresh your memory, white folks. Okay? White people that's upset about the black mermaid. Let me refresh your memory. Let's go over some mythology. Okay? The mermaid comes from, it's called Mamie or Mommy Wata. Okay? So let me bring this up. Give you basic mythology. Okay? Because see, you got your drogs in a bunch.
It was pretty bad.
Over a cartoon character that you said always been white. But mythology has the legends of the mermaid as being a melanated woman. Okay? So let's go over this. All right, let me get my display screen. Let me bring on
Brother Odel?
No, new Okay, I think nephew, you're there you are. Peace and love. How are you?
I good, Auntie. Just here playing with the young man.
Okay. Good to hear your voice.
Good day, you too. Good evening, Auntie Sandra.
Peace and love, brother.
Peace and love, Auntie. How you doing?
All right, let's go over this. White folks got their in their little feelings. Those of you that are in your feelings. All right,
yeah, they were. I heard it.
Auntie, it's a culture shock. That's all it is.
They can go somewhere with it now. Shit.
They were brought up on that particular.
I'm tired of the whining. I really am. I'm tired of the whining.
They don't like that critical race theory. That's what that stuff is all about, too.
Shit.
Get them back into where we were. They don't like it because they wouldn't talk that.
I don't give a fuck what they don't like. Okay? So, for the white people that got a problem with the Disney situation with the melanated mermaid, we finna go over mythology on where the concept of mermaid came from. Okay? And it goes across various cultures. So Mammy Water is a water spirit venerated in West, Central, and Southern Africa and the African diaspora in the Americas. Mammy Water spirits are usually female, but are sometimes male, okay? So over in the right-hand corner, you see a symbol of her. This is just one depiction. We'll get into others. Okay. So you'll also see her represented with the snake around her. We'll talk a little bit more about what that snake means. But you'll see her associated with the serpent. And you'll see her associated with water. Okay. The appearance. White people that got your drogs in a bunch. The appearance of her hair ranges from straight, curly to kinky, black, and combed straight back. Okay? Most scholarly sources suggest that the name Mammy Water is the English derivative of mother water, reflecting the goddess title, mother of water or grandmother of water. Okay, so that's the first one I want to go over. We ain't done yet. Okay, pay attention, white people who had your panties in a bunch. Okay,
Some Mexicans too. I saw them talk about it.
Because you don't understand basic mythology. Okay, so we went over the African one, so bear with me here. I'll pull this up. So let's go over the next one where she is depicted.
Starbucks, that's right.
Yeah, now as I sip out of my pink cup every week, that's the Starbucks cup, and that's the Starbucks symbol. It's of a mermaid. Okay? So here's the next one. Another ancient deity, Ashtar, the great goddess of the ancient Middle East and chief deity, important of the Mediterranean seaports. Now, you Bible people, you know I don't mess with the Bible like that. And this is just another reason why I don't mess with the Bible, because you stripped out the women in the Bible. You stripped out the women goddesses out of the Bible. So you know I was already done with your little book. Okay? Beside it being a book of colonization. So, Hebrew scholars now feel that the goddess Ashtaroth, mentioned so often in the Bible, so you Bible people, is a deliberate conflation of the Greek name Astarte and the Hebrew word bastet, shame, indicating the Hebrews' contempt for her cult. So this is why I don't mess with the Bible. That's one of the reasons, because they literally stripped the goddesses out of the book, and they persecuted the indigenous people of the different lands that they colonized who were worshiping goddesses. They tore down the goddess temples and stood up their particular churches.
Like Diana?
So, all right, so, okay, so yeah, so they basically stripped down the goddessness to paganism.
Right. Witchcraft.
Right. King Solomon married 2 foreign wives. Oh, see, where the Bible people at? King Solomon's old ladies. I'm assuming they worshipped the goddess.
Sure. Got in trouble too, but yeah.
Okay, and he was with it. So y'all can go to y'all Bibles, 1 King, chapter 11, verse 5. Later, the cult places to Ashtoreth were destroyed by Joshua. Okay? All right. Oh, wow. So it's said that this particular goddess, now remember, this is also a goddess in the Middle East. Same goddess, Mama Water. Okay, same goddess, just different name. So Joshua stripped her out, destroyed her temple. But the Canaanites used to burn offerings and poured libations. This is really interesting, y'all. So this is up out of y'all Bible, Jeremiah 44.
I think they used to call her the Queen of Heaven.
And we're going to go in just a little bit more on who I feel these goddesses or mommy, well, all of the goddesses, but not all of them, some of them, what they represented.
Brother Sean's on there.
Oh, is he? Okay. Hold on. Let me bring him in. All right.
You probably have a lot to say about this.
There go Odell.
Yeah, he's on there too.
Okay, where's Brother Sean? Nope, I don't see Brother Sean. All right.
He isn't checked in?
Nope, that's Brother Odell. Okay, all right. So, where was I at? Oh, so the goddess, Ashtar, and I know I'm butchering her name. So
Ashtar.
Is it Ashtar? Okay, let's just say Ashtar. Goddess of war and sexual love, shared so many qualities with her sister, Anath, that they may originally have been seen as a single deity. Their names together are the basis for the Aramaic god, whatever the hell that is. Okay. So old girl was worshipped in Egypt. Oh, and among the Hittites, as well as in Canaan. Her Akkadian counterpart was Ishtar. Later, she became assimilated with the Egyptian deities Isis and Hathor, a goddess of the sky and of women. And in the Greco-Roman world, Aphrodite. Okay? So, one little last thing. White people who got a problem with this baby playing this mermaid. I'm not done with y'all, because you should understand basic mythology. When you sitting up here shit starting. Okay? So let's go over to Mesopotamia. All right. Now, those of you that rock with me, you should already be thinking where I'm going with this when I bring up Mesopotamia. All right. So Mesopotamia. The goddess Ishtar, the Mesopotamian goddess of love, sex, and war. Okay? Ishtar was one of the most prominent Mesopotamian goddesses, a dualistic deity Babylon with a variety of roles. Ishtar defied conventional categories, and her influence extended beyond humanity's first civilization. Okay, so you see Ishtar here. This should be familiar with you all. And you see her with the wings, this, that, and the third. The ancient region of Mesopotamia was the home to the first civilization in human history, unsurprisingly earning its title, the Cradle of Civilization. From roughly 3200 BCE to the fall of the Persian Empire in 331 BCE, civilizations such as the Sumerians, those of you that rock with me, y'all should know where I'm going with this, Akkadians, Babylonians, and Assyrians. Okay, you know where they made their home? The Tigris and the Euphrates River. As with most ancient cultures, the Mesopotamian were polytheistic societies who worship a diverse multitude of deities that oversaw every aspect of their world. One of the most complex and important Mesopotamian goddesses was Ishtar, the goddess of love, sex, and war. Okay. All right. So I'm not going to read the rest of this. So anybody that rocks with me, you already know that these particular Sumerian folks represent that whole Anunnaki bunch with gene slicing and creations. You see them right here with a device with a son. You see like old boy sitting down. He looked like a giant. And then you got the regular people. Then it looks like sun worship, which is probably them talking about the black sun device. Okay. So where I was going with this is that these different goddesses, okay, they fall into different categories because you have the indigenous goddesses that indigenous people from their different areas worshipped. Okay. And then this is my opinion. When you get into the Ishtar Nim, the Sumerian and Mesopotamian goddesses, I view them as like the Anunnaki in them side. Okay. But either way, it was a switch out from goddess worship. So on the Mesopotamian side, the goddess worship was stripped and the male deity worship was set up. Okay. But like we talked about last week, they're still smart enough to understand that the power from an energy perspective and alchemy perspective comes through the woman. Okay. And it's not that it has anything to do with, women bashing men. That's just the energy of the planet. Okay. So they understand that. So although this is a patriarch world, they sit on the seat of the power source of feminine energy. Okay. Nice. So that's why behind closed doors, you will see the Pope Nim and these different secret societies worship women.
Correct.
And specifically the Pope, they bow down to a black Madonna.
Correct.
Okay. That's the reason why. All right. Okay, white people. So hold on. Let's go over some pictures. I didn't pull some pictures for you white people. Okay.
Before you go forward, what I heard through the grapevine was the image that we saw of that mermaid was a digital image. There isn't a real girl that looked like that.
What Sandra was talking about.
Right. So like they got butthurt about the whole situation and changed it to try to make it as Auntie Sandra would say, the critical race theory.
Yeah.
So is the young girl gonna play the mermaid or not? You were saying it was a hoax?
I'm saying I don't believe that girl is a real person. I believe they just put a black face on the image to put it out there as making it black okay.
But I thought they had that Chloe girl. They said that the Chloe girl was supposed to be playing that mermaid part. Are you saying it's not true?
Well, I don't know. I'm saying the image that you see though of that black girl, I believe is a digital image.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Okay.
Right. Now, if they're going to cast a black girl just to give us a black girl, yeah. But the image that we're currently arguing over, I'm trying to say it's not a real image. It's a digitalized image to make it blackface. Okay. That's what I'm trying to say. Now,
but they do have a girl they're looking at to play that part.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. All right. So again, white people that got your pennies in a bunch about a black mermaid, let's keep going over this mythology. Let me show you some pictures. So the original mermaid goddess was always depicted as black in mythology. Okay. She's called Mama Water. Okay. So she had the snake. She's depicted with the snake on her, and then of course depicted with water. Okay. So that Starbucks that you made popular, okay,
Made rich as
that you're lining up to get the pumpkin spice, because you know now the pumpkin spice flavor is out. Okay. Yeah, that Starbucks, their original logo, and the logo still has the mermaid on it. This was based on Mama Water. Okay, so let's look at some more pictures. This is, let me blow this up, a statue of the melanated African goddess Mama Water. Okay? A mermaid. So white people that had a problem with the melanated / black mermaid, what?
Well, Auntie, could it be that they're only having a problem because they were told the story? Like, say they were given the image initially, wouldn't it be an issue? But because they were sold on Santa Claus, let's say, now they're finding out that Santa Claus ain't real, they're having an issue.
My only issue is I don't want to hear it because they didn't have an issue with white people playing Egyptians either.
That was hilarious. Yeah.
Cleopatra.
So I'm not trying to hear the foolishness. Just like they don't have an issue with white people playing Indians. Just like they don't have an issue with Asian people playing Indians today.
Right. Native people.
So I'm not trying to hear none of what they got to say.
And their argument is that they were brought up. See, these are young people. Well, like 30, 40 years old. They're young people who only had those images. And that's exactly what they were saying.
I don't give a damn about none of it. Because you wasn't concerned about my babies having a image of carrying them with the straight blonde hair.
Until they start making melanated
White
dolls.
Jesus. White Jesus.
Right. White Jesus. So I don't care none of what they talking about, what they grew up with. What about what my babies grew up with? Yeah. Where my baby's identity was truly stolen.
Double standards, Auntie. What do you mean?
Across the world.
That's exactly what they said.
But I'm going to focus on the Americas. And shit, I could be double man, goddammit, because I got European heritage, black European heritage, that they don't even fucking want to recognize.
Right.
So you want to deny my heritage on both ends. On the European side, oh, you mixed. No, I'm not. I'm not mixed. You want to deny the black European heritage on my side, and you want to deny the black Indian heritage on my side. So I'm not trying to hear what you're upset about, white people, over some cartoon characters. I don't want to hear it. I don't. Now, melanated people. This is why we be sitting up here telling you that you need to be concerned about the labels being placed on your babies and the identity that you allow people to tell you who you are. Because you literally have white people drogs in a bunch about cartoon characters. And they even wrong with that.
Right.
They even wrong with the cartoon characters classification. But we still sit silent as the majority. We sit silent as your identity continue to be taken from you. Okay? See, it's little shit like this right here, my Cat Williams voice. It's what's been going on for the last 400, 500 years.
Right here.
Okay? So, Black Mermaid Goddess, white people that's upset about the Black Mermaid.
Yeah. They got told the truth and it's butthurt.
Okay?
It hurt their feelings. They can't
I
assimilate
don't give a damn about their feelings. You don't have nothing. You don't give a damn about my baby's feelings. As you sit in school and teach them lies that they're from Africa, as you sit in school and teach that they are descendants from slaves.
Exactly.
How do you fucking think that make my babies feel? You don't care. So do you think I give a goddamn about you being upset over a cartoon character?
Amen.
But again, this is more reason why melanated people need to wake the fuck up. Everybody is taking your shit and you're sitting back focusing on the wrong shit. Now I'm going to say this. As a melanated / black woman with the geno pool of the oldest genome on this planet, I'm fucking tired of all of y'all taking. So let me roll that for the slow ones in the back. As a black melanated woman with the DNA, mitochondriac DNA, the oldest on this planet, I'm telling you that I'm tired of all of you motherfuckers taking. Because all you've been doing since your asses got here is sucking on the tit and clit and you're talking shit. And I'm personally tired of it. I'm tired of the disrespect. I'm tired of the come up off of the black woman's back. So white people that got a problem with the Black Mermaid, you're not getting a pass on this. You're just fucking not going to get a pass on it. So now let's continue. Here's another depiction of a mermaid. Okay? White people that have a problem with the Black Mermaid. Here is another depiction of Mama Water. Okay, now this one I found interesting. You're going to find this one interesting, Brother Odel. When I was looking for pictures of Mama Water.
I've got some goodies for you as well, but I'll wait till you finish.
Okay. I came across a band that named themselves Mama Water, a rock band. This symbol, I can't make this up. This is their symbol. I said, you got to be kidding me. That's the black sun.
Yo, fam.
Sitting on top the what? Mother what? Energy what?
I can't make this up.
Yeah.
So just the only other thing I wanted to point out, fam, when you see Mama Water with the snake, and you notice here she got two snakes, right? She got one wrapped around her body and the other one, wrapped around her shoulder. This represents the DNA strands.
Yep.
Okay? So they are telling you what she represents. She represents the life. That's what the water is about. The life, the birth canal, all of that. The snake represents the DNA. Now, you know, the other side of me, this is my opinion, that DNA, these snakes also represent how they have manipulated DNA. Okay? But nonetheless, that's what the original mermaid, the goddess of sex, love, and war, fertility, that's what she represents, life, okay? And when I was reading a couple other things, it was saying that a lot of the people that worshipped her also worshipped her for fortune, okay? So I'm going to say again, as a black woman, I am sick and tired of the world sucking on the tit and clit and talking shit at the expense of the black woman. Don't think that we don't see you. Don't think that all of us are asleep. And don't think we're going to fucking let you get away with it. We see you. We see how y'all coming up and eating very well at the expense of black women and ultimately our children. We see you. And we're not going to tolerate the disrespect. All right. So white people, I don't give a damn that shit you talking. Keep black women's name out your mouth.
Will Smith.
Keep our name out your mouth. Don't worry about how we doing our hair. Don't worry about how big little our ass is. None of that. Keep black women's name out your mouth.
Bo Derek.
Because she is the mother of civilization.
Your sky daddy is leeching off of her.
Because everything she do up and through and around here, you copy.
Patent.
Everything she does, you copy. And that's from the ghetto to the corporate boardroom. Let's be fucking clear. Everything she does, you copy. Don't make me call you out. Because you'll sit up and say she ghetto. But next thing I know, 5-6 years, y'all be wearing the same shit she wearing. The different color hair. That shit came from black women.
In style.
With the green hair, the pink hair, the gray hair. That shit came from black women, bitch. I know it did.
We used to call that ratchet.
Now, I can't speak for the other states, but I know damn sure in Atlanta 7 years ago, sisters was wearing their hair like that. They was all up and through the Asian hair stores getting a motherfucking wigs. But it was ghetto then. Remember? Yeah. It was ghetto then.
Iki and Ray Ray.
But now that's what I see white women wearing.
Heather
and we ain't gonna get on the body parts. Don't get me started on the body parts, okay?
Yeah, don't do that.
We're not gonna start on the lips and the hips and the ass. We're not gonna get on body parts.
You gonna go to the Kardashians for that one.
We can't talk about jabs on this channel, right? We can't talk about needles on this channel.
Yeah, that's right.
Everything that the black woman does on this planet, from the way we walk to the way we talk, our swag, everything, the way we wear our hair.
They cook your food.
Well, yeah, they be trying. You be fucking it up, but
They be trying.
you be trying, though. Everything you copy off black women.
That part.
I done told y'all this before. We are the blueprint.
Architects.
So don't think for one bit that all black women are asleep and we gonna let you get away with the fuckery, because I'm not. And I don't care who you are. Now I'm on white people's ass tonight. But that goes for anybody, because I see y'all too with the sneak motherfucking diss that you be trying to do. I be seeing your stinking ass. Don't think we don't see your funky ass.
Mm-hmm.
But you swinging off the tit too.
Yeah.
But you're gonna put respect on black women's name, or you're gonna keep it out of your motherfucking mouth, period, or get dealt with.
That's right.
All right? Now go protest that, white people that got a problem with the black mermaid.
Take those immigrants with you.
Shit. Yeah, Sis Nonya, they do watch us to figure out what to do next. Stinking asses. I don't appreciate it. I really don't. And I'm not going to tolerate it. And black women, you have to stand up and stop it. This level of disrespect that has gone on this planet is unacceptable.
Yeah.
How you gonna let your children talk to you any kind of way and disrespect you? What? All right, then. Okay, then. Let me get off of that. I done cuss their ass out enough. Shit. All right, so with that said, let me bring on some people. So, peace and love, Brother Odel. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm absolutely fine. Just you have me stitching. Yeah, peace out to everybody on the panel. No, you have me stitching up earlier on with the little Kamala Harris thing. I've got something to add on that,
God,
but I've got some good stuff right here.
That was so funny. Yeah.
That was funny, huh?
Yeah, that was petty, old boy, but I'm here for it. I'm not even finna lie. I see where you put in the chat, Brother Odel Anunnaki. Yeah, that whole Ishtar now. Yeah, that's the Anunnaki goddesses. And even with the Anunnaki, y'all do realize even in that particular mythology, whether or not you want to believe it's true or mythology, you do realize that it was women who were the scientists, right?
Council of Women, they're taking advice from.
Right. Matter of fact, yeah, the Council of Women gave Anu his motherfucking power.
His marching orders.
Right. But the scientist was literally a woman. Okay?
We saw that in Avatar too, if you just want to see it.
True.
Yep.
This was a woman.
And they supposed to be bringing it back to theaters. Y'all know that?
Yeah, we can see it.
Yeah, I'm like, I might just have to go see it again because I want to see it on the big screen. Yeah, they're supposed to be bringing it back. So, okay, let me bring on Brother Sean. Peace and love, Brother Sean.
Wholeness and power, fam.
How are you?
I'm great. How y'all doing?
Good to hear your voice.
Hey, brother. I thought I saw you on there. I see you were in the chat, right?
Yeah, but he just got up here. He wasn't.
Oh no, he wasn't trying to get in.
Cute. Oh, okay.
He was in the chat.
Okay. Okay, so before we get into it with Brother Odel, I didn't cuss white people out enough. the rest of the stuff I can wait because I don't want to burn up more time. I want Brother Odell to do his thing. But before that, Brother Sean, did you have any go ahead on with the fuckery?
Nah. Other than just straightening out the fact that them white women can keep black women in their mouth. Don't fuck with my indigenous sisters. Don't fuck with my Indians. Because that whole black thing, that's what got everybody fucked up. Because I remember personally watching people get beat up for calling somebody black.
True.
Right.
True.
Yeah, that's true.
That's true.
Wasn't no play.
Yeah, back in the day, yeah, you was getting swung on. Right? True.
So that was basically it. I mean, there's so much fuckery.
It is.
It's really no need to speak on it because it's all part of their script.
Right. That's
The
true.
only fuckery that should be addressed, you already addressed it. Some motherfuckers don't know who they are. You don't know your own family, all that shit.
Right.
But you're busy all off in all this other bullshit that don't benefit you, not
At
one
all. And in
iota.
other people's business.
Deep in other people's business. So deep they don't even know who the fuck they are. They trying to become the people who business they stay in.
Right.
I mean, they all up in your shit like they seeds trying to get fertilized or some shit.
Right. True. All of that part.
But I digress.
All right, brother. Sis Sandra, did you have any go ahead on with the fuckery?
Well, my problem with all of this is, like DJ PZ said, they're trying to really create chaos using this reset, and they're trying to use us as pawns to do that.
But we have to consent.
Right.
Yeah, we have to consent, and that's what they're trying to do, is use us, because here's this George Floyd crap, and Black Lives Matter, and it's not even controlled by black folks or melanated.
No, it's done by George Soros, fam.
Yeah, it's by Soros and all them people. Yeah, and Carl Schwab and all that kind of stuff. They don't even like us, but yet they're gonna use us to take over and make their agenda come to pass. And for the people who are stupid enough to fall for that kind of stuff, you being used, and we ain't the ones that's doing it.
Hey,
So,
sis, who is us? And the only people they fooling is black folk. People that know who they are ain't being fooled.
No.
All they fooling is black folks. So you need to quit including
I'm not talking about
yourself in that stuff.
I'm not talking.
Every time you say us.
No, what I'm saying,
what
I'm saying is they have thousands of white people out there trying to tell other white folks that they done violated us, the melanated people, and they're trying to teach it in the classrooms. There's a lot of white instructors trying to teach critical race theory in the classrooms.
Yeah, but which folk are they talking about?
Right.
Are they talking about American Indians, the indigenous
No, they ain't talking about
people?
Indians. They talking about black folks.
That's why I don't give a fuck, but okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Just chuckling.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Quit lumping yourself in that.
I'm not black.
You're black.
No,
all I'm saying is be careful what you say, since you know words have power, and you keep saying us.
Right.
You
that's why I
include
was
yourself in
corrected.
that.
Right.
And I'm correcting you because I'm not a part of us.
Right.
But when I was reading a race glossia, they had black melanated, they had black and indigenous on there. And it's one and the same thing. So, you know, that's what I say.
But it's the same with the UN codes, though, Sandra. This is why I'm great. That's why I'm going to agree with Sean, and I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying at all, because I see where you're coming from. But this is the same with the UN codes, and I'll send them at some point. But it's the same thing. You keep contracting into something that these dickheads keep offering us. You get me? We don't need anything from them. This is where the problem is. And I agree with you, Sandra. They'll classify anything that they're doing to any kind of dumbass classification. I don't care what it is that they're trying to offer as black, Negro, African American, black African Caribbean. I mean, I see it even over here. I think I told Sister Rhonda not long ago. They keep trying to black. You know, there's no country called a black African Caribbean. I don't know where it exists.
Exactly.
You've got there's no such thing as a black African. Where's it? I know continent of Africa, but then you've got a nation state.
There's no black American either.
Exactly, and there's no African American. So all these dumbass classifications they keep trying to offer, and Sean mentioned this last week. They're trying to do all this stuff with Bank of America, trying to get people to offer people loans and all this, that, and the third. But what do they want you to do? Classify yourself into some nonsense that has nothing to do with what you really are.
Right.
It's the same game that's being played. I agree with you completely. But keep going, Sandra. You're speaking. I've got more to come out and done yet. Go ahead. It's nonsense what they try to play on is. We just don't even need to get involved in it. I agree with Sean. We don't even need to get involved.
Exactly.
No matter what they're offering, it's nothing to do with us. But go ahead, Sister Sandra.
No, it's just that they're trying to use the indigenous people or whatever you want to call us as a pawn to make chaos. And this is why you get these guys yelling about Ariel and stuff, because they didn't teach them right in the first place. And so now they're indignant and they're truly really trying to start a civil war.
That's part of the plan. Yeah, and I agree with you with the critical so-called race theory. I mean, we could do a complete show on that, and I'll break down etymologically. I'll break down using English dictionaries what black really is. Okay, so
black is.
I'll start killing that. I'll leave that for another. I'll leave that for another time. All their stuff can be broken down quite easily once you're competent. And that's why I like being. I'd rather be competent than anything else, because anything that they're offering us is clearly nothing to do, like really, Sean, with nothing to do with what we are becoming or what we're going to do.
Right.
You get me? So keep going, Sandra.
Black is the color, and it means you're dead. You don't even exist. Civilly dismartus. So, but what I'm saying is, I can see the trick, but a lot of people can't see the trick, and they're.
Agreed.
That's all I was trying to say is they're trying to trick and use our people.
Those people.
I would say what color? People of color as a pawn to get the Democrats to fight the Republicans and stuff like that. Let me put it like that.
The thing is, they're not trying to trick anybody into anything. It's the same old script over and over again.
I agree.
And giving energy to it, spreading that message is doing exactly what they want you to do. And every time you mention it, you keep saying they're trying to trick us. If you know what's going on, they ain't trying to trick you. They ain't trying to trick nobody. They looking for consent.
Yeah.
Ain't no tricks involved. If somebody's still being tricked when we're supposed to be in the age of knowing, they don't vote anyway. They're consenting to shit. They're being offered certain shit and being as petty and low vibrational as they are. They reach for that shit like, yeah, okay, I want that shit.
Yeah.
I'm gonna play my Negro card.
Fuck my soul. My soul eternal. My flesh is here right now.
I'm gonna play my card.
I want what the fuck I want. It's my time to come up.
Right.
I done been down for too motherfucking long. But motherfuckers talking about the flesh coming up, not the soul.
Exactly.
We supposed to be on soul ascension type shit, not giving a fuck about what they tricking black folks and white folks into. We ain't got shit to do with black folks, and we ain't got shit to do with white folks.
Or African Americans or Negroes or nothing.
We ain't got shit to do with nobody who the fuck ain't us.
Yep.
And if you ain't at that vibrational frequency, you ain't with us.
Right. Purr.
It's nothing against you, Sis Sandra. I just want you to understand what you keep putting out there every time you say us and include yourself into it. Your words have too much power.
Yes.
Brother Sean, I was just
power.
remarking on this whole hour worth of Black Mermaids. That's all
I understand, but when you say us, I understand what you're talking
maybe
about.
I need to change my vocabulary. But I was just
Well, I mean, it's just shifting your power to benefit you.
Exactly. That's all. Exactly.
That's the whole thing. If you're going to utilize the language, utilize it to your benefit. That's all I'm saying, sis. I love the hell out of you. I just want you to be the best that you can be and quit putting yourself into predicaments with what we know is a spell and a curse. That's all. I just want best for you.
Indeed. Indeed. All right. So with that said, okay, Brother Odel, you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. I mean, I wanted to, I just want to I'm going to just agree. I just want to just share screen. I just want, I have to back you up, sister. You know me. I'm one of these that has to back you up. If I can just share screen and give me 2 minutes.
Sure thing.
You're gonna see, because I'm going to back your position. Because I know what you were saying when you were saying what you were saying. I get it straight away.
You should see if you could do it now. You should be able to do it now.
Yeah, I can. Thank you very much.
Cool.
All right, I ain't playing with this. I'm just gonna back sister up. Let you know that these people really know what I'm going from. They know what's going on.
They absolutely they know what's going on, and we thank you. Let me hold on a second. Right, I don't be sitting up here making this shit up, and you know men be hot at me. Not all men, because some men they do get it. Oh, you always coming down on the men.
No, it's not that. Too far wrong with it.
If you listen to me, I'm trying to help you out, but you're not getting it. So, the Pope bowing down to who now?
You can see now, woman and child. You can see that.
Black Madonna and Black Sun.
Thank you. You can see it there. You can see that there. Yeah, I got some more stuff. Shall I go show?
So
you see it? Sorry, go
down.
Sorry, Sister Miranda, sorry.
No, all I was gonna say is, so when I be sitting up here talking about how you treat women and children makes a difference, I know what I'm talking about. When I'm sitting up here telling you that you're breaking universal laws, plural, when you're mistreating women and children, I know what I'm talking about. And when I said last week, they don't break the universal laws. They skirt around it enough not to break it.
Yes.
And they remain in power. Meanwhile, the collective continue to break universal law.
Mm-hmm.
So while you're bowing down and swinging on the nutsack of a man, they bowing down to the black woman and child.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sorry. Go ahead on, Brother Odel.
No, you're all right, sister. You're all right, sister. That's this feminine energy. It's all right. And you can see this. That's why I like to share the imagery. You can see here, look. They're not playing, fam. It's all up in there. It's all up in their in their thing from. It's all up in their thing from. No matter where you go in their churches from. I'll give you plenty of examples of what I've been showing people. Plenty. A big hefty teal up. All up in there. So all this stuff about they don't let you see, fam. Come on, man. It's all there. You get me? Sister's right on point. Sister's always on point. You can see here the crown or corona, crown consciousness, the divine, feminine. You get me? I'm talking about cosmological science now. So it's up in there, and please people that don't realize. Look at this
and
one.
She's only
Like
passing
this
on the wisdom of the male entity. She holds
yeah,
it.
you can see the crown consciousness. You can see Francis there. You can see she's passing the energy divine feminine to the crown. So this is what we're coming into ascension. This represents ascension. This is why Yeshua, when you're talking about Yeshua, or the image that they show is says about their son, but the real image is this. This is the real thing, fam. It's the real thing, fam. So go on, sister, before I move, before I do anything else.
No, I was just going to point out that now you have the Pope, who is the face of really all religions, because all of these religions roll up to the Catholic Church, or the Catholic faith, make no mistake about it, which those same said religions teach male godhood, male worship, male deities, but yet the head of said religion bows down to a black woman.
Yeah, you can see it. I just wanted to just share
the fact all goddesses out of the Bible.
Because he understands the alchemy and the real power on the planet.
Yes, that's correct.
They want you going through him, not the actual real deity.
That part.
And that's where masonry, instead of mother and son, Mason or masonry comes from. It's Mother Universe. And the aspect of the divine feminine is where the black sun sits. But behind the black sun is where the divine feminine comes in. The black sun, or when the other beings, sister reference to ML, the Anunnaki, and obviously Draco, the other beings that we said, when they came into the realm, and I've dealt with this when I was talking about in the previous season, when we talk about the frequency fences and the holes that got poked in, and obviously the Anunnaki got in, and then obviously they've set up their patriarchy when we had the third seeding with the electric wars, and now we've got this nonsense, but the actual realm, the fundamental functions that it sits on is still this, hence why they're showing you this image, because it's Mother Universe.
Exactly.
And I'm going to talk about metaphysics here. I'm not talking about the Mother Universe, which we came from originally with the female. I'm talking billions of years ago, and we've done series on this. If you go back into the previous series, when the female Yanas came here and they set up the realm in the first seeding, the women came here first, and I dropped this on. I can't remember where me and sister was on. We did a show a couple of months ago. Where was we, sister? And I was going in on it. Me and you was on there. Me and you was on with Lee Cummings and somebody else.
Oh yeah, that was yeah.
Lex Willem or no?
No, that's our guy and them the autonomous party. The autonomous party. Yeah. So check out the Autonomous Party YouTube channel when we were on that a few months ago, and I didn't even say nothing. Brother Odel was the one that brought it up. I didn't even say nothing. Yeah.
A lot of people start thinking, like you said, Wendy, men bashing. It's not about men. See, when you're as far as where we are, it's not about, it's the principle. Both energies have always existed throughout the realm in terms of universal realm. But when this, and we go back to the great Sophia creator to start the whole thing off. But what I want to get into with this particular realm here, when it was set up, the female Yanas came here first, set up the realm, and then the birth through the males. And that's how it still goes to this day. I don't know why. I don't know how people have an issue with this issue. How did the fuck did you get? Excuse me, I'm sorry.
No, you know I curse like a sailor. You good?
I'm normally quite good at it when I'm on here. But like I said, at the end of the day, it still happens to this day right now. How is anybody sat here arguing over this stuff when it's blatant? You just watch Nature's Guide, and it shows you where I go on from. So this is why people are getting into your male bashing is ridiculous. Because how did you get here in the first place? Because if you've got a son, you came down here the right way. Don't tell me. And then if there's only one way to come in here properly. Yeah, any other way you're coming in is not real, you know. Anyway, I mean, you've got soul, creatures down here. You've got beings down here who are half hybrids and all the rest of it, which I talked about in previous talks. But they're not the original ones who set up the original realm. And anybody who's not originally from here when it was first set up, due to what's happening now with the hijack being, it's going to be taken out, this natural central cycle reign. Those who originally were on the realm having to leave, is what Rhonda was saying. They're having to leave, and this is why they tried to block out the sun. They tried to block this out. Bill Gates is trying this, that, and the third. They tried to mess everything up before they tried to be going, because they know they're getting kicked out of the realm from. They're getting kicked out. And everybody said, we can't have it, nobody can. Well, guess what? If you can't have it, you're not having it either. Earth's kicking you off as well. She getting you out of here as well, fam. You ain't having it either. How about that one? So all this stuff about, we're complaining about this, that, and the other, as you went on earlier on, Rhonda. It don't matter what they complain about in your superiority complex. You won't be even here anyway. Exit and I'm going to get into aspects of this in a second, because I want to talk about some of the stuff that's been going on over here. But Rhonda's right. You need to see this imagery, because this is cosmological. When I'm looking at it, I'm not just looking about the man, I'm talking about Mother Universe. When you see this image here, that's what it represents. It represents the divine feminine, right? This is why I wanted to put, that's why I pointed out the crown consciousness, or the coronavirus, the corona. You can see here the corona, the knowledge, the crown, the golden age, or the Aquarian age. It's a golden age. And this is what I'm saying, that kind of consciousness that's coming out of energy vibration. These people, this is why they're going down to that, is because they know that most of their pineal glands are calcified. And this is why in the Vatican they've got all the pineal glands up in there, because they know the real knowledge is from the female Yanas when the realm was set up.
Right.
So they know the truth. And then you're the universal law. This is why the Vatican, and they're known about it, they've been very, the reason why they're against abortion, the Vatican are heavily against abortion, is because I think it's after so many weeks the soul attaches into the womb. That's why the Vatican are against abortion, because you're not supposed to have living souls. They know the real laws.
Exactly.
The masses are not taught, fam.
Exactly.
So then the sister's on about what she's on about. She's not male bashing, fam, because this Mother Universe is passed down to the son. You can see here. So this is what the sister's on about. So she can't be man bashing, because the knowledge came from the mothers and it comes to the sons, like it does now with the female Yanas. Set up the realm and then the birth through the males. That's fundamental. That's not man bashing, it's fundamental. So if men in their egos for that long, well, you're sorry, but you won't be here if you can't handle the truth.
Because you don't honor your mother.
Exactly. If you don't honor your mother, and you don't deserve to be here. That's just the bottom line. And that's including women that don't honor the mother. You don't deserve to be here either. And that's even including myself. If I can't respect Mama House, then she has the right to put me out. Now, I don't know how y'all grew up, but my mama, she still don't play that to this day. Now, it'll hurt her to put you out, but your ass is out of there. That's just the bottom line, because she's not going to be, number one, you're not going to disrespect her because she's mama. That's number one. Number two, you have the audacity to disrespect mama and her shit? No. It don't work like that. Yes, sir.
That goes for their very existence. They're in the matrix, which is the womb. So therefore, your very existence is in a female energy.
Yep.
Period.
Yep.
Dot. So not to recognize and respect that is self-detriment.
Yes, it is.
And that's part of the reason that people are going through the shit that they're going through.
Agreed.
Because this is where they're stuck at. Not being able to correct that. They can't move no further.
No.
Period. And that's not us doing a damn thing to anybody for acknowledging that.
Right.
All we doing is utilizing common damn sense and respecting that which we came from. period. It's not complicated. It's not rocket science.
Nope.
Any goddamn thing. It's just common goddamn sense.
Yep. Agreed. And the shit is so deep. I mean, I know y'all all know this on the panel, but you know, most men don't know this, and it fucks them up every time. I'm like, even your very body parts, do you understand? They are a derivative of the woman's body. Do you not understand that your shit just dropped? Our shit is in, your shit is out. Do you not understand in the womb, you were female first? Because, you know, some of y'all love to say female instead of women. So I'm finna to call you female when you was up in the womb. Since you love to call women females. Do you not understand that men were female first? Okay? So if I gotta break it down to you even further, you know that ding-a-ling that you love to sling, you do realize that that's the clitoris, right? That's just an elongated clitoris, right? And your balls are dropped ovaries. You do realize that, right? That's basic biology. So what part are you not getting that everything stems from the woman? Your very existence. Okay, Brother Odel, I'm going. Go ahead.
No, you're fine. And that's, I had a good teacher in Delbert Blair. You get me? And he's the person that put me up on the creation stuff. So to the women wear first. So I Delbert Blair, one of the best teachers I've ever had to have. Thank goodness.
Yes.
I got to know him. He was brilliant. Yeah, he was brilliant. He went in on this kind of aspect of stuff when a lot of people weren't doing it. He was one of the few that did go in on it. So I just wanted to make sure that it's very clear that we know what we're talking about. When we're talking here, we know what we're on about. You get me? I could just show you image after image after image after image after image that I found out years ago, sister. I can't send you them all anyway, but my point is that everything you've been saying, they already know. They're just not making it obvious. You know what I mean? So I just want to state that form on the record. They know exactly what they're doing. Without anybody else getting involved in anything else, they know exactly what they're doing. And so Rhonda's always been on point when she's explaining what she's explaining. It's not by chance. Everything has purpose. Rhonda gets this. You get me? So people don't, you know what I mean? I don't know why everybody gets, like I said, the drugs up and everybody's arguing about everything because they don't really need to.
Right. If there is no argument, and now you can keep arguing with yourself. Because I've been telling y'all for years that the planet is tired and you can go out there and argue with the planet about it because I said what I said. Okay? And the planet is sick. And that's the reason she's sick, because the woman is out of her place. She's been suppressed. But I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
Do you remember the explanation they gave for the statues and the pictures being melanated?
Wait a minute, because they they come up with several. Was in a fire. I've heard that. Just, age, meaning dirt or whatever. So those are the two that I've heard.
Yeah, the whole fire thing and the age thing, but it's funny, only the face and the hands got to sit on them. They can't be removed or rusted. It's just strange.
It's strange. But, just like people want to say when you're looking at records, oh, brown don't mean brown. Oh, it don't. So those colors to describe people, they don't mean that. Oh, okay then.
Ours was wrong when you did that.
It's all descriptive I mean, why we've gotten to the point why we accept being described, even if we say that we're copper colored,
Right.
it's still a color. Indian red is still a color.
Right.
All those are descriptive terms, which doesn't tell who you are.
That's true.
Because your bodysuit is what the color of your bodysuit.
Right.
To me, if you got to call me anything, call me by my goddamn name. That's what I'm going to answer to.
Right. What my mom and them name me. Right.
Right. Other than that, I'm not going to answer to any descriptive term. Period. That's not who I am. That's motherfuckers outside of us who don't really understand who and what the fuck we are, because who and what the fuck we are really can't be put into fucking words.
That's why we're
so they use terms and phrases that limit who and what we are. And when we accept that, we limit ourselves.
True.
We're creators. We can be whatever the fuck we want to be. This isn't the only form that we have to be in. We just chose it for this experiment because it was the best motherfucking thing going.
Right.
It's fitted perfectly for this environment and everything in which we're a part of.
Right.
So I'm just saying.
No.
If we flipping the switch up, going to higher frequencies. Mama doing her thing. We're not going to be experiencing none of this 3D shit, whether you're talking about food, having to survive off food, water, any of this shit. If you're supposed to be going back to your crystalline body, then you need pure motherfucking energy, high vibrational energy. And if you ain't fucking with mama the right way, you ain't getting none of that good shit.
Right.
So I'm just saying, people can keep focusing on all this third dimensional shit.
Right.
Trying to equate it to a higher dimensional living. And all you're going to do is have fifth dimensional technology around you. But your ass still going to be in the third dimensional realm.
Mm-hmm.
Mindset.
And I don't think that's the connection they're making, Brother Sean.
Well, I digress.
No, very good point. Jay Noel says, I am that I am. I remember last week, what was that person's screen name? British Couch Sitter. Shout out to British Couch Sitter, who said
He's in the house today.
Huh?
He in the house.
Okay,
today.
shout out to British Couch Sitter. Remember when we were last year talking about last week talking about the I am, and British Couch Sitter said they don't use the I am because that's referred to as God. They just use am. If I'm not mistaken, I think that's what you said. But that I am is very powerful because what you speak behind that I am, you create. Okay? Or if you just say I am, there's no explaining needed. Okay? Because again, you're supposed to be a creator. Now, I can't tell you what to create. That's not for me to tell you what to create. You have to figure out what you want to create for your reality, where you want to, what world you want to live in, who you want to link up with, to share experiences with, to be a co-creator with. You have to figure that out. And what's been going on in this planet is that majority of folks have been following other people's script. And that script has not been to your benefit. And they keep remixing the same script to keep you in a subservient role. Okay?
Agreed.
And they're going to do it at different levels, all right? Because when it was black on black, it was, are you in this particular black gang or are you in that particular black gang? Gang, G-A-N-G. Okay? Are you in this particular religion or are you in that particular religion? Are you in this particular political party or are you in that political party? Roll forward when they did the reset and white people gained power.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, are you Caucasian and are you black? But in the meantime, all of those players are playing a subservient role. All of them are playing a subservient role. And until you as an individual get in your consciousness, I'm not your pawn. I don't have to accept your script. As a matter of fact, I don't consent. Then you're going to keep getting what you get. And that's okay if that's what you want. Just understand the alchemy behind it. Okay? So nobody can tell you who you are. Nobody can tell you what your world should be. You have to do it. Because if you allow people to place those labels on you, to put those boxes around you, it is what it is. That's the script you're going to live out. All right? Okay, exactly. Thank you, Georgia Grown. Follow no one. Mm-hmm. No one. Now, it's okay to partner with people, but follow no one. You're supposed to be the leader of your own shit. It's extremely, extremely important that you get that right because we are in the midst of a major reset. And what you're doing right now is setting up your future generation's bloodline. It is very important that you set the precedent and show your bloodline how to do things on their own. And that's across the board, fam. That's across the board. And being in a subservient role, being in a victimization role, that's not creator status. It's just not. All right. Okay.
Yeah, no profound thought from your own mind. That's why I agree with you, Rhonda. No profound thought from your own mind. When you've got your true compass in your own dominion, you do your own thing. You don't have to ask permission to do anything. You don't have to ask government or governmental to do anything. You just be out there creating. You just be out there corresponding. You're not out there asking permission, and nobody needs to come at you as a parasite to consent for anything, because they're not around you like that. Indeed. Because you're already off your state, you're kicked off. They're not there. You've got your own dominion. You do your own thing, and anybody who's corresponding with you is corresponding with you on a mutual level. They're not coming to offer you something to take something from you. It's got nothing to do with that. Beings on the higher level, they already know this. So I'm just going to share this briefly.
Sure.
And this is just to back up where the sister's at. And then we'll get into what we want to get to. So the revised national statement of the United States of
Hold on a second, brother. Let me bring it up.
Sorry.
Yep. Nope. You're good. Let me bring it up. Okie dokie. My notes came up, everything but that. Okay, there you go.
Sorry. revised national statement of United Snakes of America on the adoption of the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration. The Biden-Harris administration is committed to a safe, orderly, and humane migration around the world, including to the United Snakes. I'm going to say that again for the slow ones and the slowest, or even the slowest, or not moving in the back. The Biden-Harris administration, and if you know what administration is, we've been killing that word administration, the maladministrating your state, we've been talking about that.
Exactly.
Is committed to a safe and orderly and humane migration around the world, including to the United Snakes. In his very first days of the administration, through a series of migration and protection-focused executive orders, President Biden established the framework for the United Snakes to recommit to work collaboratively with governments, governmental, civil society, contract, international organizations, UN, and other partners to support humane migration. Reset what Rhonda's been talking about. I'm just backing you up with facts. Address the root causes of irregular migration, collaboratively manage migration in the region, and rebuild the U.S. refugee admissions program and other legal pathways for protection and migration. Restore faith in the U.S. immigration system, wink wink programming, including integrating the 14th Amendment. Go ahead, sister. Go on. You can put some feminine energy.
And integrate new U.S. citizens into civil life. Protect child migrants and support family unity.
Unity.
Now, there's two sides to this, right? And we talked about the female yans and the females. You can see here, there's twofold to this. We'll go metaphysical now because Rhonda said that since you put for a little bit feminine energy and let you finish out, Rhonda. But you saw the imagery I showed you in the Vatican stuff. You can see here, what are they doing? Rhonda said it best. They're supporting what? Family. What is that? Family, that's the divine feminine. They know universal law.
Yeah.
That's why they're there to support that. But go ahead, Rhonda, and I'll let you finish out and finish it with femininity. That's what to point that out.
That's
why they're doing that.
Thank you for bringing the proof of what I was saying earlier, that it's definitely planned. It's definitely part of reset. And they're definitely bringing in these folks to make them U.S. citizens to protect the child migrants and support family unity. So again, like I said last week, they understand universal law. This is their way saying, see, we support women and children. See, we support women and children. I'm done, Brother Odel.
Okay, we'll just read the time bit more of this and let you get your take on it. So in his February 2021 executive order on creating a comprehensive regional framework on migration, the president reiterated our nation's history and values surrounding migration, reminding us that for generations, immigrants have come to the United States with little more than the clothes on their backs, hopes in their hearts, and the desire to claim their own piece of the American dream. These mothers, fathers, sons, and daughters have made our nation better and stronger. The United States is also a country with borders and with laws that must be enforced. Securing our borders does not require us to ignore the humanity of those who seek to cross them. The opposite is true.
I mean, this is the Biden and Harris administration, right? I don't want to lie up upon nobody. Okay.
Yep.
And they said it was global, right? This is a global effort, right?
Yes,
correct.
What they're doing.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
I'm going to email you this, by the way, but let's keep going.
Okay.
It is important in the spirit of the United States is pleased to announce an endorsement of the vision contained in the Global Compact. I'm going to say that again, Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration, the GCMR Compact, we commit to working with other countries, Canada, Mexico, or anybody else, to enhance cooperation to manage migration in ways that are grounded in human rights, transparency. This is interesting. Human rights, transparency. That's key because of what you said earlier, sister. Non-discrimination, responsibility sharing, and state sovereignty. Go ahead, sister. Keep going.
The GCM reaffirms that sovereign right of states to determine their national migration policy. So right here, and let me know if I'm not interpreting this properly, Brother Odel. So they're saying at the state level that the state can set what their migration policy will be, right?
That's what it says.
Okay, I don't want to lie upon the people. And it's their prerogative to govern migration within their jurisdiction in conformity with international law, while also critically recognizing that international migration is an inherently, there go that transnational,
there you go,
phenomenon that no state can or should address alone. So they're telling you what they're doing.
Yeah. That's the reset.
Yeah.
Clear as day.
How's this different than you know what the mud flood community talks about, the orphan trains?
These are
and you know the ship manifest records of the quote convents or indentured servants. How's this any different? Just because they rename something, just because they don't call it indentured servitude no more, that don't mean it's not the same. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Odel.
No, you're fine. We'll read this last bit, and then I'll email you, and we'll get into whatever you want to get next. I just want to make very clear that nothing ever happens with chance. It's always with purpose, and I think this is what people don't realize. It's only when you read these kind of documents like this, and this is that you can get the evidence of what's going on, because like your sister was saying earlier, it's there, but people don't read it from an international perspective, where I get all the international stuff. So I've been doing a lot recently, sister, on a lot of stuff on geopolitics, because I'll say this before I get to that next bit, that due to the corona and the so-called coronavirus, which raised with crown consciousness, with the realm, with all the world's populations declining due to the pork, and that's what I refer to it as, the pork, obviously because of the tech, the nanotech and the other stuff that's in there, the mercury, the non-human T cells, is there to stop making people fertile, you know. The only way the only populations that are growing in the currently right now in the world are but Europe over here is in decline. The birth rate, like in Britain, I think it's less than it should be 2.1 people, and I think it's 1.8 or something like that. In the United States, it's even lower. In Japan, it's lower. In most of the countries, it's really low. The only place where its population is still growing is where the continent of where it's Africa.
Yeah.
And that, it's where the most melanated people are. It's where the populations are still growing. So this is why people are kicking and screaming in the States, and I'm thinking, well, you can't really, because the 62 AKB system works on estates and birth certificates, and the only way the fiat is created is through the pricking of the soles of the feet, as I've already stated here. We've already provided the evidence for that. And the only way they can do to create fiat currency, fix it again tomorrow, is if they've got people who can procreate. So all they're going to do is move people around, like they did in the mental mud flood when they had the foundlings, and we can get in on that at some point if we need to do. The foundlings, I've got imagery and pictures of it, we need to show it. and this is just another reset. And they've had multiple resets. The only difference this time is they're going to fail with a reset, because not only the fact that we've not only exposed it, but we're also talking about the potential of what else is coming and on its way, which is what this series has been about. But go ahead, sister. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, and I got some more financial stuff that ties into what you was talking about. We can go over that next. But no, you hit this out the park. And do you all not understand the esoteric meaning behind the whole abortion stuff? I don't think you all understand it.
Sacrifice.
You don't understand it because, no matter what side that you're on, whether or not you believe in it, whether or not you don't believe in it, that's not the point. Their whole point is, women, you're not having enough babies. You ain't bringing enough souls in this realm for us to cipher energy. You sleeping on a job. Now, mind you, women like, no, fuck all of that. Your patriarch system sucks. My children, because my job as a woman is myself, my children, and my future children to have their best interests at heart.
Correct.
That is my job as a woman, okay?
Correct.
That's across this planet. Any mama animal, that's how she rocks. Okay? So they want them souls birthed in this realm for slavery. Correct. And that's on every level. That's on the physical level, but most importantly, it's on the spiritual realm.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Odel.
This is what we've been. Sorry, Sean. Go
ahead, Brother Sean.
Go ahead. Sorry, I'll speak in a second. Go ahead.
But on the other side of that, they do want more births so that they can reincarnate.
Ooh.
Also, majority of our so-called food products happens to contain that. It's what sustains them. And it's also what works against us, because that's something we wouldn't naturally do. So, I mean, to me, a lot of this bullshit that they present to us is just the left and the right wing of the same bird.
Yep.
Yes, agreed.
Even esoterically. That's why we, as creators, can override all of that shit. Anything, any being that they talked about during the third dimension, whether it was esoteric or whatever, is old shit.
Yep.
If we have to have deities that'll be worshipped in the future, why can't we be those deities to our descendants?
Back that up. Back that up and say that again.
Why can't we be those deities to our descendants? If we're always calling on our ancestors, why shouldn't our ancestors be this deity of our cultures? Instead of accepting somebody else's or somebody else as a deity. If your ancestor is the one that is within you, just like they teach you in church that God is within you.
Right.
Your ancestors are within you.
That's right.
Those are your gods. If you're calling on anybody, that's who the fuck you should be calling on. But I digress.
Exactly. Okay, Brother Odel.
All right, we'll just do a little bit more of this. just to get people in the last context, and then the sister, I'll just email you the documents. Did you got my last stuff that I sent you as well, didn't you? The stuff that you wanted.
I sure did.
Yeah, and I know you should have enjoyed that, and hopefully you'll be able to do a joint on that.
Yep.
But we'll get in on the last aspect of this just to finish off. So the GCM, or Global Migration Treaty, is an aspirational document that expresses a common voluntary political, and this is key, political intention, intended course of action for the states to pursue. So it's clear that it's a political issue, as you know, reflected in a vision that the United States aspires to achieve to the extent consistent with our laws and regulations, policies, and particular obligations under international law. So that means it's international, so that you know it's global, while also seeking, where appropriate, to improve our domestic laws and policies. We recognize a list of actions under each commitment, examples of each state may draw upon, contributing with the implementation of the compact, and we intend to do so subject to the expectations provided below. So I'll stop there. Obviously, if anybody's specifically interested in this, because it's a very big document, but it expects non-citizens. It's so much more in here that we could go in on, but obviously sister wants to do some stuff on monetary stuff, and I still have the BIS stuff that I've got.
Yeah,
because anybody wants to go on.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but
no, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say, family, here you have. This is the policy. This is the global policy on immigration.
Yeah.
This is part of the reset.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So to go into it a little bit more, we've been telling you for years that a reset was coming across the board. And specifically, we've been talking about the financial reset. And shout out to Nisi Poo, who sent me something. Was it yesterday, day before yesterday? I forgot when you sent it to me, Nisi Poo. But I'm about to go over it. Bear with me. And Brother Odel, this is going to tie in on the financial side. Let me pull it up. Where did I put
Yeah, and I've got some BIS stuff, so I'll take this off. But yeah, I'll email this sister, but I've got my BIS stuff. But go ahead, I'll stop that share there.
Okay, sure, no problem. Okay, so I got a few little things. Well, this one I found myself, but I am going to bring up what Nisi Poo put out there that she gave me as well. Okay, so this one came off of Wall Street Journal, and I think I posted, if I'm remembering correctly. Fidelity, Schwab, Citadel Securities plan to launch new crypto exchange. Came out September 13th. A consortium of financial heavyweights, including electronic trading giant Citadel Securities and brokerages Fidelity Investment and Charles Schwab Corporation, on Tuesday announced plans to launch a new cryptocurrency exchange. The launch of the exchange, to be called EDX Markets, is a sign that Wall Street continues to see opportunity in digital assets despite this year's slump. Okay, so shout out to Nisi Poo. She also gave us the entire document that we went through a couple of weeks ago that went through all of those different nations that were testing the new digital asset system. All right. So now you have them standing up a cryptocurrency exchange. Other backers of the new exchange include high-speed trading firm Virtu Financial Inc. and venture capital firms Sequoia Capital and Paradigm. EDX said in a press release that it would aim to serve both individual and institutional investors. It didn't provide a timeline for its launch. It said that the technology to run its exchange would be provided by Members Exchange, an upstart stock exchange founded in 2019. by some of the same firms backing the EDX, including Citadel Securities, Fidelity, Schwab, and Virtue. EDX said the operations of the exchange would be separate from the firms that trade on its marketplace, which will remove significant conflicts of interest that affect existing cryptocurrency exchanges. What are they talking about? Yeah. Okay, until recently, its billionaire founder, Ken Griffin, had been an outspoken skeptic of cryptocurrency. Okay, so I'm just going to, on this last sentence, excuse me. He wasn't a skeptic. Those financial people that were at the top of the financial food chain saying they were against cryptocurrency, I knew they were lying. They wanted to get the people that were holding a lot of cryptocurrencies to fold, and they wanted to get the people that they didn't want people moving to cryptocurrency early because they didn't want them profiting from it. Okay? So that's the game that they were playing. I knew all of them supposed financial gurus. I knew they were lying through their teeth when they were anti-crypto. I'm like, you a damn lie, because I know the particular firm that you're representing, you're somehow involved behind the scenes standing up the new system. Okay? All right, so I have one more. Just so y'all know, it's already here. I told y'all it was coming, but it's already here. Let's get on what the Fed talking about. So hold on a second. All right, hold on. I'm coming to you, Fed lady. Okay, let me display this. Where is it? Display. All right, so this is going to be remarks by the vice chair. So this is Big Daddy Jerome Powell's second in command. Okay? I think this is what you sent to me, Nisi Poo. I can't remember if it was this or a Wall Street Journal article. But nonetheless, here we go. I think it was this you sent me.
Pleased to join you at the FedNow Early Adopter Workshop. With the technical testing phase of the FedNow service kicking off in mid-September, I want to particularly thank you, the early adopters, for the important investments you're making to prepare for the day when the FedNow service goes live. Together, we'll be ready to launch the FedNow service between May and July of 2023, bringing this innovative core instant payments infrastructure to financial institutions of every size across America.
So just to remind the fam, in case other people did not see the particular broadcast that we did, when Nisi Poo gave us that document of all of those organizations. So we're talking the Banking of International Settlement. We're talking the Fed Reserve. We're talking the SWIFT system. We're talking all of the heavy-hitting banks. We're talking nations, where all of them were testing the new system that can handle instantaneous payments / digital payments. Okay? So they're literally, this is coming from the Fed. They're literally telling you that they're going live with this next year. All right.
We've been working hard to deliver on time, but ultimately the number of American businesses and households that are able to access instant payments will depend on financial services providers making the necessary investments to upgrade our payments infrastructure. Together, we can ensure all Americans have access to a modern and reliable instant payment system. The payment system is a critical part of America's infrastructure that touches everyone. Americans rely on the payment system all day, every day to make purchases, pay bills, and get paid without ever needing to think about the complex infrastructure that's operating under the hood. The FedNow service will transform the way everyday payments are made throughout the economy, bringing substantial gains to households and businesses through the ability to send instant payments at any time on any day with funds immediately available to recipients to make other payments or manage cash flow. Immediate availability of funds could be especially important for households managing their finances paycheck to paycheck or small businesses with cash flow constraints. Having the capacity to manage money in real time could help households avoid costly late fees or free up working capital for small businesses to finance growth. During the pandemic, we saw how essential rapid access to funds can be, as so many households started spending their emergency relief payments on the day they were received. To deliver on the promise of a payment system for the future, the Federal Reserve has made a substantial commitment to the FedNow platform, which has benefited from the technologies and approaches provided by global technology companies that are vital for today's always-on digital economy. Our cloud-first design, unique among central bank instant payment services, positions us for the future by enabling not only the throughput and scalability required for high-volume retail transactions, but also broad geographic points of resiliency to ensure continuous service. Cloud-first design affords other key components such as self-healing processes and automation, which add to operational resilience. And our development processes are agile, allowing us to deliver new features faster to financial institutions of all sizes as they're ready to adopt them based on their priorities. We've also invested heavily in stakeholder engagement to ensure readiness for adoption through efforts like the pilot program, the FedNow Explorer resource, the FedNow Community, the Service Provider Showcase, and the FedNow Early Adopter Workshop. To advance our goal of nationwide reach for instant payments, we are working closely with the private sector RTP instant payment service on message specifications to ensure alignment and support of routing interoperability. Just as the Federal Reserve has made a substantial commitment to our new instant payments infrastructure, we're calling on industry stakeholders to do the same. The shift to real-time payments infrastructure requires a focused effort, but the shift is inevitable. The time is now for all key stakeholders, financial institutions, core service providers, software companies, and app developers to devote the necessary resources to support instant payments. That means upgrading back office processes, evaluating accounting procedures for a 7-business-day week, arranging liquidity providers, deploying a new customer-facing app, and promoting instant payments for key use cases to customers. As the service providers featured at this event will demonstrate over the next few days, parts of the industry have already seized on the opportunity to build new services and capabilities that support instant payments. These efforts will increase competition in the market for end-user services and promote innovation. Key benefits from providing the FedNow service as a neutral platform accessible to financial institutions of all sizes around the country. Let me close by just again thanking our early adopters. The input you've provided has been instrumental for our team as they've designed and built this service, and the time and energy you've committed to this effort is critical for a successful launch. I want to call on additional banks and core service providers to join your commitment to prepare for adoption of the FedNow service. This time next year, I hope we can all have a great sense of accomplishment in our shared effort to transform America's payment system for the digital era. Thank you.
Okay, so just to be clear, let her run that last little part. What's the system for again?
Adoption of the FedNow service. This time next year, I hope we can all have a great sense of accomplishment in our shared effort to transform America's payment system for the digital era. Thank you.
Okay, so for the digital era, right?
Yep.
So this is coming from the Federal Reserve. This is your disclosure.
Mm-hmm.
This your full disclosure that this whole financial system is being flipped from paper fiat to digital. It won't have any downtime. So those of y'all, I don't know who bouncing checks. I don't know anybody that's bouncing checks anymore. But if you're into check scamming and bouncing checks, your time is up.
Stop, fam. This is and I just to add on to Rhonda's point, and I'm gonna go. I've got the BIS stuff ready when you're ready, Rhonda. But I'm gonna just agree. The whole system will be controlled and I've been covering this since around about 2017 when I started to do Age of Ascension stuff. I did a talk. It was at a conference with all the Europeans. There was about 800 of them there. I did a talk in 2017, and we were covering this issue of SDR, special drawing rights, and in the UPU codes. They've updated them not so long since, and they've now got the SDRs ready. So it's clear that they've got this what I call fake version of Aquarius set up in the background. And it's basically it's ready. It's just a case of them bringing it on online, which is ether based. It's air based. So sisters, right? They know exactly what they're doing, and they're rolling with the ages. So they know this. It's just that they're trying to fool the masses. I'm glad we can see all this system. We really see it for what it is, not what we've been told. And most people don't really get it. But here we expose the truth.
Yeah, and it was nothing but being tuned into the energy, because I'm sorry, we were the first ones to pick this shit up. And it's still not many people picking it up. You're slowly starting to get people to understand that even with the cryptocurrency stuff, that's going to give the opposite effect of what they claim it was originally designed to do, because it was originally designed to replace the Federal Reserve and give you as a cryptocurrency holder autonomy to be anonymous.
DeFi.
And it's
decentralized DeFi.
DeFi, decentralized, a decentralized currency. And everything that they said it was supposed to be about, it is the opposite.
Correct.
Because everything you do from a financial standpoint will be tracked. So it's not going to be no more, because the cash is king. And you can hide the cash under your mattress or bury it in the backyard, because they're going to get rid of cash. Okay. So everything from a monetary standpoint will be tracked. Everything. Okay. So it was the opposite of what they sold the whole cryptocurrency and blockchain about. Okay. So it took us some time to tune in to what was really going on. And I was like, wait a minute. Oh, no, hell no, fuck that. That is the reset. Okay? So this is equivalent, like we said a couple weeks ago, of the 1933 gold seizing of the gold. Taking the dollar off of the gold standard and it being backed by nothing. Well, it's really backed by your energy. Okay?
Yeah.
So
I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
So this is the universal credit kind of stuff, right? So they said they have technology in place. So one of the things that Hoochie Coochie had in it was the graphene oxide and stuff, and I was telling you about that, because they're going to know everything you're thinking, everywhere you go, what you feel, everything. Because they are using technology, AI technology, and this human terraforming to make you be their slaves, knowing everything you're doing. And if you don't consent, you don't get paid and you don't eat, they say. According to
like
them.
The Matrix, fam. It's true, like Sophie Stewart showed in the Matrix, fam. It literally is like the Matrix, fam. They're literally gonna have it like the Matrix, fam. Like Sophie Stewart was when she talks about the Age of Revelation, and she's talking about Terminator being the first part when they're gonna do what they're doing, and then the Matrix is the second part. Sophie Stewart talks about this very clearly, and she's on about this. And obviously, like you said, Sandra, and you're right. They're making it like a fake, like Sister Ron was saying, like a fake utopia. So they're gonna sell it as one thing, but actually the opposite is at the other end. like you're saying, and that's what you're seeing. You're seeing the chaos, which is how they do stuff. Order abdo chaos and Galen dialectic problem action solution. They're not doing anything we haven't seen in the Piscean construct. They're just shifting the energy ether based because it's air based because it's they understand the clock of the realm. But even this realm clock that is sat on, even that's getting taken out. This is what people are not realizing. This is where Shannon and Rhonda coming from. We're at a standpoint now due to the Great Torah lift we've just left, where and this is what Rhonda keeps saying is the man who fell to earth and check out Westworld. It's very clear that they're trying to reset the realm, but so far it's not working because they're trying all this other stuff and all this other stuff they got planned. And I know what's all coming, but I'm like, but we're still exposing all of this. We still know it's all a crock of fraud. Now the masses might not know that, and I don't know what the percentage of the masses is, but we certainly, that Sean's right about this, we certainly know whatever we're supposed to be doing ain't gonna be anything to do with that. You get me? So you're gonna see that, and this is why I agree with Sophie Stewart in terms of the matrix itself. We are going to be those in the matrix who really knew what was really going on, and those that didn't, and they were just walking around empty, didn't have a clue. And those that really did know what was going on, literally they was in the matrix, like exposing what was going on. So there's those that really do know who we are and what's going on, and there's going to be those that don't. So we're at a fascinating standpoint where we're going to see this implemented, and we're going to see the crock of fraud that it is. But go ahead, Sister Rhonda.
No, I think you laid that out perfectly. But yes, Sis Sandra, that universal credit stuff, all of it is going to be tied together, coming off of this system. So you all that were about 5-6 years ago, it could have been 6-7 at this point, when they were talking about because Sean, you just sent me a video and I was like, wow. Before they were calling it a reset, Jubilee. That's what I'm trying to say. Jubilee.
That's what's going on this year, Brother Sean. They're heavily put them out in this country over here, Sean, with this obviously 70th Golden Jubilee. They're being put here with what happened with the Queen over here. I'm going to leave that because I don't want to cut Rhonda, but they're promoting, they're heavily promoting that over here, especially with what's going on at the moment. But just to add in, so yeah, you're spot on. But go ahead, Sister Rhonda.
Yeah. So when they were talking 7 years ago about the Jubilee and, everybody getting this money, this, that, and the other, and the debts being repaid, and they hit 800 numbers and all of that bullshit. Mm-hmm. This is what they were really talking about. Mm-hmm. Okay? It's just to get you to re-sign a new contract, a new universal contract, to consent to restart their colonization/debt slavery program. Mm-hmm. Okay. Now, Brother Sean has sent me a video, and I'm not going to play them people's stuff. But in the video, now, I don't know about this channel. All I know is that they were spiritual. But yet, they pretty much, and Brother Sean, correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't want to lie up upon these people. They were pretty much telling people to accept the new system coming on board. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Now, instead of them saying, fed now, the stuff we just went over, and what we went over a couple of weeks ago with Nisi Poo, where they was testing the entire world system from the banking international settlement on down, which is still really the new system. They were calling it on this spiritual channel. They were calling it the new quantum system.
Hey, sis.
Yes, sir.
That was one of them Galactic Federation people
you lying
speaking.
To me now.
Yeah, it was under Trump.
I think that was that Black Eyed Peas channel or one of them other ones. But yeah, that was the Galactic people saying that.
Because we have been called them out. We told y'all what it was with them. So yeah, now they over there telling they people, well, no, you just go on and accept the system. That's the Jubilee, and your debt's gonna be erased, this, that, and the third. Now, shout out to the people in the comments section, because everybody wasn't drinking that Kool-Aid. They was like, what the fuck? How did this jump from spiritual? Now you telling us to get back in the system?
Right. You know, I was wondering myself why all these mortgage companies are calling around and begging people to refinance. I mean, truly, they losing money if you do refinance. So why would they do that? They want your name on the contract again, so they have it in the system.
Yeah, everything requires consent, Sandra. This is the key thing about if you get. This is why we did the Age of Ascension. This is why Rhonda did this series with me, because the one thing they need in terms of universal law is free will. The way the current in this particular realm, in this particular part of this realm, in this echo we're in, the free will principle has to be honored. So they are desperate for consent. This is what voting is about. It's a contract. Whether it's a mortgage, it's a contract. But what do they want? They want your signature. We take the pork, it's a contract because you want your signature. They want you to sign for everything because if you use your own free will, it's how they escape to some degree, not fully, some of the karmic debt. So they know exactly what they're doing. Nothing happens by chance. Everything happens with purpose.
Yeah. And somebody mentioned voting too. They want you to consent to vote because that'll be under the 14th Amendment. They really need desperately for us to agree. And they're really saying it's for your benefit. It's for your benefit, but yet it's a soul contract again.
Right.
But it is for your benefit. They're not lying. It says the 2AKV because the trust that's set up that runs on the system 2AKV, it's supposed to be your trust. You're supposed to administrate the estate, but they're maladministrating it, and they put themselves as the beneficiary and make you the trustee. It's just that the fact that you don't realize what that is. You get me? So you're supposed to be the beneficiary. So it's meant to be for your benefit because you don't know what it is or what they've been doing. They're maladministrating your estate, which is what they keep doing. And so this is where the problem is always going to be. That's why they need your consent because it's your estate. They can't do anything without you being there. Exactly. I can tell everybody it's always what they're doing.
Yeah,
this is why. Go ahead, Sandra.
Yeah, I figured it is some kind of trick, and I know that you have to consent to be the tenant because once you sign that contract about your home, you're the tenant.
Yeah. That means renter. Everything needs to put you in a detrimental position. That's what they've always done. They're not here to help us at all. They only want to steal your energy and they put themselves as the benefit of that.
Exactly.
And get you to agree to it. Go ahead, Rhonda. Sorry.
Exactly. No, you hit the nail on the head. And instead of us remembering as indigenous people, and this is indigenous people across the planet, that you're a prisoner of war.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
So anything that they do, it's not for your benefit.
Exactly.
Okay? So when people get into this whole paperwork game, that's why I get frustrated. I'm like, why are you going to ask someone for something that is yours?
Birthright theft. I agree. Birthright, divine part of the human body.
Yes, sir.
That AI technology that everybody's so worried about already exists. Mm-hmm. Your phone can detect all that's going on within your body. You sit up, think about some, or talk about some, and those type of ads or
it will show up. Yeah.
All right. So they already got that.
Yeah, they've been testing it. That's all. Just like with the digital system, and I watch people for years talk shit. They can't get rid of the current. Oh, okay, then I see you a little slowing in the back. You don't understand history, and you think that this particular currency is going to last forever, and you don't understand that this wasn't the first currency, the current of the sea, and it won't be the last one. But they've been testing the digital stuff. Why do you think Cashapp, Venmo, debit card shit, we could take it back to the debit cards. That was the testing ground for going digital. See, just because the average person may only think a couple of years ahead, that's not what these folks do.
Nope.
They plan, I told you, at a minimum of 100 years, But really, to be honest, they plan based on the energies of the planet.
Yep, in the realm. Yep.
That's how they plan. That's how they keep control. And that's why the majority is always behind the curve. Okay?
Because they don't stick into the
Hey, sis.
Yes, sir.
Oh, so I'm bewildered about this whole trust thing. I've never seen in war where somebody come take something for somebody and then put something off in the cut just in case you come back up or figure shit out. I mean, if they're willing to destroy everything, bring about this ultimate chaos, that means they ain't willing to give shit back. Period. So when people get too tired of the shit, they hit you with the reset.
Can you say that again? Because that's very important what you just said.
When people get tired of the shit and start waking up, they hit you with the reset. They get you to take a new deal, bringing you right back in where you start from the beginning. Let's take Monopoly, for instance. You win a game. When you reset it, everything go back in the bank. The property goes back in the bank.
Yep.
Etc. etc.
Yeah.
Yep.
As long as this type of system exists.
That is correct.
It's fuckery. You're consenting to share and give away your playground, your tropical forest that you created for yourself. You're willing to share it with motherfuckers who survive off of sapping your energy, motherfuckers who survive off of you, not able to survive within the high frequency environment that you create. They have to terraform, get you to agree to all of this bullshit to include them in some place that they vibrationally cannot exist.
Agreed.
As long as we think that these motherfuckers owe us something, we always trying to keep these motherfuckers around till we get ours. Motherfucker, I don't care how many souls you devour. I'm gonna keep coming back till I get mine. Instead of just leaving them motherfuckers in that lower vibrational shit. Just go create something the fuck else. If you still want to play politics and all that type of stuff, then create your own motherfucking rules. If you still like games, that's fine. But create a new game. If you like the old games, that's fine. But don't try and drag everybody else into that bullshit.
Into your bullshit. That's right.
We're all capable of having the realities we want. I don't care if some of our ancestors did play politics, which I'm sure that they did going back thousands of years. But even during that time, there was tribes that wasn't on that shit.
Exactly.
I don't give a fuck about that shit. I ain't got to live in your punk ass city. I don't give a fuck about your technology, you lazy bitch.
Right.
I'm out here living. Loving. I ain't stressed out. I ain't worried about none of that bullshit y'all doing, jumping through all these hoops, labeling my motherfucking self. I am what the fuck I am, and I exist because I fucking choose to exist the way I choose to exist according to universal law. Fuck your bullshit.
Exactly.
It's always been that way. And who is it that go fucking with who? It's the motherfuckers with the technology in the cities with the big fancy houses, this, that, or the other. Always got to go out fucking with the natural motherfucker who don't want no parts of the bullshit.
Exactly.
Same script over and over again. But I digress.
Absolutely. I mean, pretty simple. I think he summed that up. And we just keep forgetting what this is really about ultimately. Okay? That's why we have to keep reminding you that you have to take ownership of your soul.
Yep.
And when we talk about ownership, that's across the board. You cannot be in the position of victimhood or asking your oppressor for something. That's not creatorness. That's not high vibrational. That's not godhood. And for those that like to get on the man stuff, let's keep it real. That's not manhood. If you have to go to another motherfucker to feed you for your very existence, that's not manhood. That's not sovereignty. That's not freedom. So you have to make a decision what you want to do for you and yours. But make no mistake about it. You are making a choice. Okay? They're not hiding anything from you. It's not their fault that they don't get on mainstream media, have somebody scantily, cladly dressed, twerking to break this information down so you can get it. That's not how disclosure works. They're not hiding any of this stuff. You just have to make the decision. You have to break that dependency. All right. So with that said, okay, Brother Odel, that's what I wanted to play. Let you know that the Fed and them finna stand up their little stuff.
Yep.
Next year, 2023.
Yep. And this is the thing. This is why I've been talking about the 7 years of the revealing of Revelation, because they're playing out, and I agree with you, sister. They are playing out a script. They can play out their script. That's fine. But whatever they're doing, all I've done with was I looked into the script, I looked at what they were doing, I exposed what they're doing, and it's like, regardless of what they're doing, yeah, okay, I'm aware of it, but we're supposed to be focusing on yourself. The only thing I like looking at is the fact that I'm aware of what they're doing, because it means I'm in a position to be, whatever I need to do, I need to get ahead of whatever it is that they're planning to do. That's what I use it for. I'm like, okay, if you're going to do this, then I need to do this so that that's not affecting me. If you see where I'm coming from, if I do this on myself, then when that comes down the line, that don't affect me. If I do this ahead of time, when that comes down the line, then that don't affect me. You get me? So that's why I like decoding the script, because it means I can plan ahead, so I can do what I need to do on myself, so that whatever they're doing, I already knew that was coming. You get me? And obviously I'm in a position where I'm prepared for that. So that's how I look at it when I look at the script of Revelation. So the 7 years are planned, and then they have it in place by, well, we're going through that edge. That's what we're happening at the moment. This is why when you mentioned the Jubilee earlier on, Sister Rhonda, we did in this series, this is what this series has been covering to some degree as well. When I had Stellarium up and I showed everybody the alignment that took place on September the 23rd, 2017, that's in the Heliotech, which is the Black Sun book.
Hey, brother.
Yeah, go ahead.
Brother Odel, I enter and understand why you're saying what you're saying. I'm just bottom lining it for the family so they keep in mind why they're being told this. But also to know what it is, just like you know. That's all, because sometimes, depending upon where people are, they just gonna take and run with that and not realize that you're telling them that story for a purpose, to take action beyond what the story is saying. But I totally enter and understand why you say what you say.
Yep.
Agreed. Yeah. And the thing is, if we're doing what we're supposed to be doing, and this is what I mean, I spoke to one about some of the stuff that we don't put in the public, that it's private. If we're doing what we're supposed to be doing, I agree. I said this to Rhonda. Now I'll put this in. I will put in the public. Is we won't even be here. That's how I see it. Ultimately, if the real work's been put in, you're not even supposed to be here. Truth be told. That's, as far as I'm going in the public, if the real work's going in, you're not even supposed to be here.
That's
you're not
deep,
supposed to be
Brother
here.
Odell, because I mean, I know what we may talk about privately. Sean says it several times here. I say it in passing, and I still don't think people get it, because what we're talking about is, if the collective, so the collective means majority, right?
Mm-hmm.
If the collective majority said, this isn't right, I don't want to do it anymore, I want all of this shit gone, it would be gone.
Mm-hmm.
Instantaneously. So what Brother Odell is saying, we're not even supposed to be dealing with this fuckery at this low level shit. We're not supposed to be dealing with it. So this reset is yet another opportunity for you to pull your consciousness out of this muck and mire.
Mm-hmm.
That's really what it's about. We're not supposed to be at the point of you want to be on top of a fucked up system. You want to be the ruler of a fucked up system, because again, it's a slavery colonization system. Your consciousness is not supposed to be at that level.
Mm-hmm.
If it's high vibrational, I'll put it that way. You can't have slavery and colonization on a high vibrational plane. The two don't mesh. You're not supposed to want to reincarnate or incarnate into a same fucked up system. Your soul is supposed to be at the point where it has evolved into higher consciousness to say, I'm not playing this game with these folks. This shit pains my soul. I don't want my soul to be enslaved. And that's on any level. That's what we're talking about when Brother Odell made the statement, we're not even supposed to be here. When Brother Sean say, I'm not coming back to this bitch.
Mm-hmm.
We're speaking on the level of planes, and we've had the experience of a lower plane existence, and we done.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sorry, go ahead, brother.
So go said about myself. And the natural window of ascension, which is what this series has been about, which we've been talking about. If you go back and look at the previous series, we've been talking about the natural ascension cycle that we're in, and we've showed the hijack of the realm, and we showed how the hijack has been being removed by the divine feminine. We showed that image, even that imagery tonight we showed in the Vatican with the corona or crown virus, or this golden jubilee, the Kali Yuga. We're in an age of a natural divine feminine, which that energy, when it's coming into this particular part of the realm, due to what is in Revelation, this is what this whole series has been about. The age of Revelation is the age of revealing, which is the divine consciousness. Now, in Revelation 22, and it talks about those who found themselves in the book of life because you also got the 144,000, which is the crown, which is the high consciousness, and it mentions in Revelation, and it talks about, and it says, those in a book, found in the book of life, and the rest were thrown in a lake of fire, and the dead were judged. That's talking about the book of life is talking about the tree of life, which is your body, which is your body, which is talking about your aura fields and chakra fields, and you're leaving out of here. It's really talking about ascension. In the heliotech, that's what we're talking about. When Yeshua was in the cave for 3 days, and then he left and he come back different, he's talking about ascension. Exactly. This is what's really in the heliotech that they're not telling people about, which we have. In this series, that's what we have covered. We have covered that. I know for a fact I showed imagery of it. And even the IHS, the ISIS often set, which the Jesuits use, that's what they're talking about. They all know the truth. They know the truth of that. And the original meaning of what we're supposed to be down here in the realm for, and how the realm is going to be shifted. Now, they know that this was coming. Hence why they've got 7 years in the Age of Revelation. And this is cosmological science that we've used in this series of Ascension we've been talking about. The wheel that they're using, what we've been exposed in the 7 years, is the fact that they knew they had 7 years to try and reset this clock, because once that point is finished, and this is why Revelation ends the way it does, and it says those who left the realm, and it says those who are thrown into a lake of fire, and forever and ever will judge. It talks about 1,000 years of peace. Even that is represented, the first 1,000 years, and I think I talked about this previously. The first 1,000 years is represented by the natural cycle of where the realm of where Uranus is, and then the next 1,000 years will be represent next 1,000 years will be represented by Saturn, because Aquarius, the first 1,000 years is represented by Uranus, and then the second 1,000 years is represented by Saturn. That's what it mentions in the book. When I talk about real ascension, what I'm talking about, where Rhonda's coming from, where we come from, is that age when it's meant to be reset for the first 1,000 years, and which represents 2,000 years. When that mentions at the end of the book, and 1,000 years of peace, what we're talking about, we're going beyond even further than that. What we're talking about is that clock itself is going. We've got the potential where that clock is gone, and when that clock is gone, we go back to the existence where we were previously, or whatever we're going to go to, whatever set that's new. That's what that's where we're coming from. Whatever we're coming to set up, what's to go, where we go to where we're supposed to be going, we won't be dealing with these concepts of time or linear time or anything like that. It'll be a completely different existence that we've got, whether we're birthing to planets, whether it's new realms we're setting up, whatever it's something completely different that will be coming into existence, that we've got that opportunity. We're at that point now. And they knew that, hence why when Revelation ends the way it does, the book closes, because they couldn't talk about that next state of it being and that next state of existence, because they don't know what that is, because they can't get there.
Exactly.
Now we have that potential to be there and be a part of that. That's what they know about, that they're not telling the masses right now. That's the key thing. Go ahead, Rhonda.
No, let me give you your explosion. Indeed, Brother Odel. So again, what we're talking about when we talk about reset, and we've told you this before, it's on every level. Okay. Mm-hmm. So meaning the physical level, we've gone into detail on the physical level. We talked about immigration earlier. We just finished talking about the financial system. Those things are just on the physical level. The more important part, what's going on, is a spiritual level reset, because what they're trying to do is to keep their spiritual colonization program going. They want you to consent for the continuation of the same fucking bullshit. Only difference is they're going to put a new name on it and give you some quote, they claim new technology. The shit ain't new. They're just reintroducing it and tell you this is what the age of Aquarius is about. Okay? What we are telling you is the true reset is really, that's going to be in your benefit, is to get rid of it all. That even includes the concept of time. I saw somebody in the comment section say it. What is time? Time is an invention.
Correct.
Okay? Literally, the planet has been colonized. The realm has been colonized because someone told you, think this is what time is.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to measure time based on this. All of it's got to go. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother.
Yes.
When you get a chance, check your email.
Check my email. Okay. All right. All of it has to go, fam. Okay. So, and again, it only takes 1%. Shout out to the person that said it only takes 1%. Okay. I got it, Brother Sean. And it only takes 1% to change things. How do I know it only takes 1% to change? Because it's only 1% that's running it now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I pretty much think we have it to where we need, because they're struggling. They're struggling to pull it off because we're not consenting. So when we get up here and tell you to be creators, to do things in your best interest, to be sovereignty, it's about your soul consciousness. And Brother Sean's telling you about soul healing. It's for this purpose. It's for it to free you, to ultimately free you and your bloodline.
Mm-hmm.
It's important. If you're taking the time to be up here with me with these shows, and other folks for that matter, that we're all on the same frequency and wavelength, then you have to put in work. You have to put in work. You have to take ownership and get shit done. You have to let go of childish shit and bullshit, period. That it shouldn't even be in your quote wheelhouse per se. Bullshit, childish things. You're not even supposed to be at that point. Okay? This is really, really serious business, fam.
Yep. If we have the opportunity right now, we're in a position where we're in that cycle, where we're in that opportunity now, where your free will dictate where you're going to be at.
Your
this is why
free
consciousness
will.
is your will, yeah, and this is why consciousness is the most important aspect of this. This is why the soul's consciousness is the most important aspect of this. This is why they're bidding using mind control technology and all this stuff to try and inhabit your free will. This is why they're trying to constantly put, and Shah mentioned this earlier, trying to put themselves, insert themselves into your life. And you're like, no, I've got free dominion here. I've got free dominion here. Freedom, free dominion here. This is my thing. This is what I'm doing. This is what I'm going to be creative for. And outside of that, I don't want anybody coming in that's a parasite. I don't want to deal with anybody that's not here working in the interest of where I'm at right now. So I'm only going to collaborate with people that are on that same vibration. Other than that, I'm kicking everybody else to the curb. I'm not dealing with anybody else that's a parasite. I want to deal with that. I'm ready to do what I need to do to put the work in on self to make sure that I'm in a position that when time comes, when this realm starts to shift, which we're in the process of doing, and that energy starts hitting, that crown or coronavirus or crown, when it starts hitting, that divine feminine, it starts hitting, that you can ascend from the realm and go to the next state of being, the next state of existence you're supposed to be doing, and create whatever you're supposed to be doing when you leave here. And again, they tell you in the Heliotech Bible, basic instruction before leaving Earth. I'm going to say that again. It's in their book. They tell you basic instruction before leaving Earth. The Ascension's in that book, in the Age of Revelation. It's in there. We've been covering it in this as part of this this series of Ascension. It's in there. People read it from a literal perspective. You're supposed to be doing it from a metaphysical standpoint and doing what you need to do. So when you leave the realm, from that next state of being will be whatever it needs to be. But it won't be being here talking about money, banks, corporations, all that stuff gone from. That won't even exist, fam. All that stuff going. What will exist will be a new state of existence that the potential is limitless, period. And whether you're creating planets, suns, new echoes, new cosmoses, whatever it is you're supposed to be going to do when your soul leaves here, you'll be going to create that new state of existence. But go ahead, sister.
No, you hit it out the park. So again, just to reiterate, if you're talking about high vibrational things and you're talking about ascension, then that's what it needs to be about. Bullshit and high vibration, they don't match. It just don't match. It is going to take courage. I'm not finna sit up here and lie to you. It takes courage to say, oh, okay, I don't give a fuck about that. It takes courage to not give a fuck about something that you know does not have your best interests at heart. Because 99% of the population wants you to do X, Y, Z, and it does not have your best interests at heart. So everybody want to run around talking about, how much of they about that life. But are you about that life enough to say, I don't give a fuck what you think about me. I don't give a damn what the fuck you doing. That does not have my best interests at heart.
Agreed.
That does not have my family, my lineage, best interests at heart. And if you're not ready to be on that level, if you gotta swing off somebody's tit, click, and nutsack, you ain't about that life. It's just that simple. And if you're not ready for that, that's okay too. We're just giving you the script. Okay? It is not for the faint of heart. It is easier to follow someone else. It is easier to be in the victim mentality. It is easier to stay unhealed, to stay in that hurt. But make no mistake about it, none of that gives you freedom. None of that gives you sovereignty. You're not at the state of being a creator, because when you are a creator, you have abundance. You are limitless. So again, if we're talking ascension, and we're talking surrounding yourself with people on your level, that's the level people have to be on. It's just that simple. I ain't finna explain a motherfucking thing to people. Well, why you doing it? I don't owe you that. That's the level you have to be on. It takes courage. Okay? We told you this is grad school over here.
Yep.
All right, so I'm done, Brother Odel. I'm
with you. We're at a point where that opportunity, the work's going on self. People in the chat have just said, put the work in. Work on yourself. I'm doing meditation. I'm working on my body. It's putting the energetic work in on your layers, on the multiple layers in your aura fields. It's putting in that work, and your upper half of your aura fields, your chakras and everything. It's putting your work on that side of your own body, your own soul, putting those together, putting that work in on that side, and getting in tune with yourself. And then when the realm's shifting, you're putting that work in, the same as, and bringing that higher frequencies in and helping the realm to make that shift. You get me? The earth herself, if you're a part of her, then that's what you're supposed to be doing. You're all raising the vibration, and that's what they're scared of. They're scared of that higher divine feminine that's here, that they knew was going to be here, and they knew what was happening. That's why the heliotech ends the way it does. If you ever get the book, you'll see that in, I think it's Revelation 22, the way it ends, because they can't predict that new state of being. but we are essentially as living souls. We are linked to that new state of being, and that's why there's this big battle that's going on here. So that's why you have to put in the work. You know what I mean? And that's what I've been shown in some of the in the Nimbus wheel, in the image of the Nimbus wheel that I showed. That there's some of the souls, depending on what your soul's been doing down here while you've been down here. And the Nimbus wheel, you go through the different ages, and while you're learning down here, you're building back aspects of yourself to get prepared for a whole realm shift, which is this whole part of this realm. It's not just down here. It's that I saw I see a bigger shift on in this our particular part of our Eka that we're in. That these beings that are higher on the higher levels, they're even having that shift that we're linked to. Do you know what I mean? And that's why we showed this stuff with the 48 strands of DNA. And even the beings that are on that step, even they're having their shift. So it's a bigger shift in this whole part of this whole realm. Do you know what I mean? So that's what people got to be aware of, that their potential is here. That system being said, it's limitless. You're not just going to shift in this dimension. It's on multiple levels that you have the opportunity to go and do things on. So, but that's where my head is at. Well, go ahead, sister.
No, great point, Brother Odel. Yeah, and because you're just pure energy, and meaning you're multi-dimensional. Okay, so this is really huge. It's across multiple dimensions. That's why it's very, very extremely important that you have to really know who you are. You have to really, really know who you are. You have to be willing to stand alone. I know you've heard me say that a couple of times. Some of you, it may not have made sense, but that's why I say that. Because if you're following a collective, the majority, that no.
That's where the problem is, if you follow.
Exactly.
Because
exactly. If you're looking for somebody else to do the heavy lifting for you, and you think you're just going to sit back and something's going to be handed to you, no, that's not sovereignty. That's not in the position of being a creator. And again, I say, if you cannot explain what you want, if you cannot explain what you want in clear vision, you're not at the mindset of a creator. Let me say that again, because I need for you all to understand this. Understand this. If you cannot, in detail, explain what you want, that's not in the mindset, the consciousness of a creator. It's just not. And that is why most people cannot create what they want. They can't create the world they want to live in. Because their consciousness is not even at the level to visualize what they want. Freedom, sovereignty, wealth, abundance starts here. If you can't do it here, that's why who you surround yourself with, bullshit, what do you expect you're going to get? You're supposed to be on your soul journey and the legacy that you're trying to leave for your bloodline. Riding somebody else's coattail, what the fuck that got to do with what you supposed to be doing? Now, yes, you can link up with like-minded people, but make no mistakes about it. What your soul journey is ultimately supposed to be your first priority. And it doesn't matter what anybody think, what anybody say. No guilting, no bullying, none of that. Get on your sovereignty, God-like shit. Unapologetically, I may add. Let me fucking throw that in there to be motherfucking clear. You don't owe nobody any explanation. None of that. You're supposed to be doing what's in the best interest of your soul and your bloodlines, and which is ultimately your legacy. Now, the only thing is, you're supposed to be doing that without harming others.
Agreed.
I just gave you universal laws. You're supposed to be on your individual soul journey, which also ties into your bloodline legacy journey, unapologetically. You don't owe anybody any explanation. You just do no harm to others, because once you do harm to others, once you try to bullshit others, once you try to get over on others, you're breaking universal law. And whatever you putting out there, that bullshit you putting out there, calling yourself, as my grandma used to say, nickel slick. That just used to tickle me, nickel slick. You're going to get all that shit back. All right? Okay. So, Brother Sean. Right. Yes, sis Nonya, you're going to have to do for self, and no one else can do that for you.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Agreed. If it's your soul, so you're responsible for it. Everybody wants the power, but they don't want responsibility that comes with it. And this is what I keep saying with everybody. You've got the power, but you need to deal with the responsibility that comes with it.
Exactly. Because you don't get one without the other. So exactly. In case you didn't hear them, everybody wants the power, but don't nobody want the responsibility. And I'm like, where they do that at? And the universe is like, yeah, where they do that at? That's not how it works. Absolutely. Okay. Brother Sean sent something. Let me bring it up. Here's display. All right, Brother Sean, what we looking at, sir? Damn it. Did you get muted? Wait a minute, fam. Okay, there you are.
I'm here. That's the Cherokee Phoenix newspaper from back in the 1825. Wow. And they claimed that the indigenous language is also on there. I guess that's what we see in that first column up under that paragraph.
Right here. All letters addressed to the editor, postpaid. Well, you talking about under there.
Yeah. That's supposed to be the indigenous language. What does that look like to you?
It look like, ain't that Hebrew now?
Where's the
Hebrew, Greek, one of it. Look at the first column.
Uniform or uniform?
Where it says all letters addressed to the editor postpaid will receive due attention. And then right up under that, there's some sort of language. What language are you saying you think it is, Brother Sean?
I'm not sure. That's what I was asking.
All right, scholars, what language is this?
Because if you see all the way over to the right in that last column, it's a hook.
I'm going to bring it up.
But it's just interesting reading some of the articles and what they were.
Some of them are Hebrew letters. About. I see some Hebrew letters, like the hey and the.
This is Cherokee. Y'all peep that by the order of who? Is that a Ross?
Path killer.
By the order of
I'm on the second column.
Ross, McCoy, Clark.
Yeah, but path killer, his path killer, that's an Indian chief.
Yep.
So he approved all that stuff,
All of that fuckery, whatever the hell that was. So him and a Ross cut. Child, we can't make this shit up if we tried.
One Ross.
See that number, November 10th, 1824. They talking about regulating marriages between white men and Cherokee women.
Where's this? Newtown?
November 10th, 1824.
Okay, let's read this.
You can see it there. Yeah, just there. You can see it.
Newtown. Yeah, Newtown.
Child. Resolved by the National Committee and Council that the section embraced in the law regulating marriages between white men and Cherokee women and making it unlawful for white men to have more than one wife and recommending all other, I don't know what that is. Okay. All others also to have but one wife. B, and the same is hereby amended so that it shall not be lawful hereafter for any person or persons whatsoever to have more than one wife. By the order of Ross. And there again, a Cherokee what's-the-face path killer was with it.
Go to the article above it. That's the one talking about the Cherokee man and the white woman.
The Newtown?
Right above that. Yeah, Newtown right above that. I
so,
think it's number 9.
Okay, so resolved by the National Committee and Council that the children of the Cherokee men and white women, Cherokee Nation, y'all being called the fuck out. So, because remember, Cherokee was a confederation, right? Right?
That was the Iroquois. That was the confederation.
Okay. All right. Okay.
That's the one that has a mixture of everybody in it.
Yeah, it's very much so a united nation of tribes. So it says that the children of the Cherokee men and white women living in the Cherokee Nation as man and wife be, and they are hereby acknowledged to be equally entitled to all immunities and privileges enjoyed by the citizens descending from the Cherokee race by the mother's side. Child.
Mother's side, there you go.
Child.
Mother's side.
They make sure to specify that too.
So who was involved up in this? A Ross. And that's the chief path killer.
And a McCoy.
Yep, you picked that up too, sis. Child. I can't with this foolishness.
Not whatever it is.
Okay, so you want to know how the Cherokee it got white?
Yeah, that's it. And if you call
so let's run it for the slow ones in the back, because this 1828, right?
1824.
Oh, 20. Okay, that was 24. I was looking at the article. I thought the article said 28. Okay, that's Paleo Hebrew. Okay, thank you.
Because I see some Hebrew.
Because that's what I thought. I'm like, is that Hebrew? So, I just can't. I can't with this foolishness.
Okay.
Because don't nobody remember how these Indian races got white. Ain't nobody remembering none of that. Everybody got amnesia. The Indians couldn't have been they couldn't have been, anything but Caucasian skin. Really? Nobody remembers what happened, huh? And that's not to mention the Cherokee race was nation was already mixed up because you had black Europeans in that. That's where the Hebrew stuff come from. Let's be clear. Okay.
I see the letters. I see the Hebrew letters in there.
Was that all you wanted out of here, Brother Sean?
Mm-hmm. But you can also go to Webster's online, the dictionary, and type in years and see when they started using certain words. And the Oxford dictionary actually goes back further than Webster's.
Mm-hmm, it does.
That's what I use, and we can do a show on something on that because that's that's where we're taught. But that's the difference between an English education, the difference between what you lot get over here. Because we use Oxford, we're taught to use them a certain way, and I've got we've got what's called the Oxford Manual of Style, which governs the rules of the English language. Because obviously we're using English because I live in England and it originally comes from here, as you know yourself, sister. And we're thinking about you've got the Oxford Dictionary, the Oxford Concise Dictionary, and by rules, as long as you talk to them properly, they do it. You can do an etymological trace back, and that's what I was talking about earlier on when Sean was referencing this issue of colours and adjectives and all this. Because in English we talk properly, nouns, adjectives, pronouns, verbs, adverbs, what they all mean and stuff like that, and then why it's relevant because you can never be a noun, you can never be an adjective. So this is why they're doing this stuff to keep everybody in these falsehoods. But the thing about using Oxfords properly, when they're done properly, is you can break stuff down because of how they're set up. So I have to agree with Sean with what he just said when he mentioned Oxford's going back because it's correct, because they do what's called etymological trace back, and you use what's called. I mean, we'll do a show on it, Sean. But you can actually trace the words back by doing Middle English, Old English, and Old High German, and you can see where the language of traces back from. So Sean is right when he said about the Oxford Dictionary is spot on.
You know, one thing too. This was around the time when they started getting together talking about taking the black folks out of the country.
Right. I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense. So the black folks so the black Europeans, let's be clear, not all black Europeans, okay? Because you had to be, my family, my black European part, we were not connected to the ruling bloodline, quote, quote, colonizers. Because if we was, I don't think I would be on here talking to you, okay? I would have been brought into this realm on a totally different frequency. All right? So let's make it clear, because I don't want people to feel that if you have black European heritage, that your family were pieces of shit. No, that's not what I'm saying at all. Okay? I'm talking about a ruling bloodline that have been colonizing the planet that so happened to be black coming up out of Europe. Came and married into these tribes. They infiltrated the tribes. They created, these different confederations. And out of all of the thousands of tribes, if not 1 million tribes, 5 of them motherfuckers come out as the federally recognized tribes.
That's the Dawes Rose, right? Yeah, that the brother we were talking about, the chief that was on, he said that the only one they created that is the Dawes Rose, but it's not a legal role.
Legendary Top Cuts.
Yeah. On Legendary Top Cats show, and I forget that elder's name.
Yeah,
damn, he's tight too. He knows it like the back of his hand.
The 1866 was the one that
exactly
has anything to do with us.
Hey, sis.
Yes, sir.
But if you think about it, that article right there is letting you know that we were a matrilineal people.
Exactly.
Right, because it claimed it didn't say based on the man's this, that, and the third, 4, 5, 6. It said based on the woman's.
Yeah.
And again, those that's doing their genealogy, those of us that, talk in passing, what we're finding majority of the time is that the mother side was the indigenous one, and the man was the European side, the Black European side that married in. Now, I know for my personal bloodline, that's what I saw consistently. And on one of the no, that wasn't even the census, because when I found and shout out to my great, would that be my great uncle, my grandmother's brother? He told me exactly. Well, he indirectly told me because he told my dad, and my dad told me where to find our people. And everything the man said, he was right on the fucking money. Location, everything. Found them on them Indian rolls. And when I was looking on the Indian rolls, I saw where, and I kind of chuckled to myself, because they were listing the Indian name and the Christian name. Okay? And one of my Indian ancestors, the woman, she would not answer. She wasn't going on record to whatever that Christianized name was, because she was the only one that showed up on that particular Indian roll. She like, bitch, this my Indian name, and this what the fuck you gonna get. So that's her name. When they hit the side of the Christianized name, that shit was blank. She wasn't consenting to shit. And I'm like, my type of ancestor. I feel you on that. I feel you on that. I feel you on that. So that's what consistently I saw in my family's record, that the Indian lineage came from the mom's side. So again, like we told you all, these people understand universal law. They understand that the wealth comes through the woman. They fucking understand it. Why do you think they had their people come over here and marry into these indigenous tribes?
Pocahontas.
They understand it.
Pocahontas, you said. Then they threw overboard.
But the average person on the planet, and I'm going to stick with indigenous people in the Americas, you're following the opposite. And you're scratching your head. You're not understanding why the fuck you stay losing. Because you've taken on their culture. Oh, we gonna put everything in, Papa's name, that this, that, and the third. And study losing wealth, study losing land, shit being fucked over, because that's not the way it was supposed to be. And it's that way. It's not supposed to be that way. It's because this is a woman's planet. So a man is not supposed to be holding possession of a woman's planet.
Did you notice he said you only could have one wife?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's their laws.
I know. I guess I'll keep it down.
But just the fact that there was an indigenous newspaper back in the 1800s when everybody was supposed to be illiterate and running around.
Right, all of that part. Right. And they got Paleo Hebrew in this bitch. And motherfucking English.
Bilingual.
And they had to teach us how to read and write.
Right, how to read and write. Right.
Cipher.
Bible Chronicles say you are Phoenician Canaanite.
Oh, okay, Bible Chronicles. Your name speaks for itself.
Phoenician Canaanites. Look.
Oh, okay. So now the
We not
Phoenician,
Moors.
right? No, because you know, goddamn it, we Moors. Goddamn it, we Hebrew Israel. I ain't gonna say we. You Moors, you Hebrew Israelites. Now this week is Phoenician Canaanites. Goddamn it, I just can't. Why y'all always fucking with the Americans?
Okay, we just say we're Americans. Shit.
You never went into slavery, nor did you go on fucking ships. We
Now
don't
that I
claim none of
agree.
that shit.
Yeah, we agree on that, Bible Chronicles. We know. I don't need you to tell me who I am because I already had knew that. I had knew that through my ancestors. They made sure I knew that. And I backed it up with the records. So I already know that we didn't come over here on no slavery ship. Now, yep, some of my ancestors came over from Europe. But it wasn't no slave ship. But this Phoenician situation, baby, I don't know what you're talking about. That don't go in my bloodline. Now that's where we part way. I don't understand how the Phoenicians make it up in. It don't make it up in my personal bloodline. But that other part you're right on. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Sis Sandra.
That book, The Black Athena, has that in there. Because I remember me and my son always go toe to toe on that one. He always says that. I just take a deep breath.
What that? He says what, sis?
Phoenician and Canaanite.
Child, I don't know what. I don't know nothing about none of that fuckery. Shit.
It's in that. I think it's in the Black Athena.
Right, but and I'm not disclaiming that. What the fuck do that have to do with me and my bloodline?
That's what I want to do.
Because last time I checked, my mama, and I ain't gonna call out her government name, I came out of her ooh-ha. So what the fuck, Phoenicia, what's her face got to do with me?
And most Canaanites are cons. You could see that. I was, Let's Will did a series on where they are. And
no, that's your factual information, Bible Chronicles. I only deal with my bloodline, not with what you've been taught, not the history that you're trying to give me. That's not my story. Bottom line. Last time I checked, you weren't with me doing years and years worth of genealogy. Okay.
Phoenicians were sailors. They also developed the blue ink or the blue colors.
And I'm not disputing any of that. Again, what do that have to do with my bloodline?
That's how that is.
Because at the end of the day, anybody can get up here and try to throw a label on you. Don't work with me. I don't need for you to tell me what my motherfucking history is. My mama's hoo-ha. My mama's hoo-ha. That's my history.
But maritime admiralty.
No, and I'm going to strike that because that's his story. My mama hoo-ha is her story and my story, not that bullshit you talking about. My mother's DNA is her story / my story. Point blank, period. There is no discussion. All right. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
Now, I was just looking at what he said. We're marine admiralty law is Phoenician, but we're captives in this land.
I don't be understanding what people don't understand about that, but go on, sis.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't make the admiralty law. They did. The captors, the Europeans made that law for here because they made it for the birth certificates and all this kind of stuff. So we didn't develop that law. They did. Our captors did. And that's their court system right now. Admiralty law.
Agreed.
for Bible Chronicles.
Agreed.
And they're more Canaanite than anybody.
Okay, Bible Chronicles. You have, okay. Thank you for listing your genealogy and your origins. We appreciate it, boo.
I know Leo Africanus, he was a European and he was born in Africa.
Right, but again, what that got to do with me?
I know a lot of what he's talking about, but it's not
right, and ain't nobody disputing that. What that got to do with me? My mama's hoo-ha, my mama's DNA. Cause what you ain't finna do is have me sit up here and disrespect my mama, my grandmama, and so on and so forth. That's not my story. Okay. All right. So thank you, Brother Sean, for this. So Cherokee Nation, y'all can go on and have several MFing seats. Why you want to sit up there and act like you don't know how the tribe done got white? And not all of y'all, because some of y'all do tell the truth. Some of y'all keeps it real. So there you have it. Okay, so thank you, Brother Sean, for that. All right, fam. So I know we're getting close to the end now. And damn, I'm surprised we got through this little stream without being kicked off. I'm not going to complain, no, because it's been one hell of a day for technology in general. All right. We are going to go into, you just got tired of him, Brother Sean. You just like, you know what? Get the fuck up out of here. I'm about tired of this bullshit.
Yeah, you ain't about to tell me where I'm from and keep talking that black shit, black dub and black this and black that. How about a black out? You're removed.
Your nerves, cat. And Brother Sean, that's the first time I've ever seen him delete somebody. Shit, how you can't dispute somebody's heritage. Get the fuck out of here. All right, so he said the black this and the black that. Okay, so we're gonna wind down. Brother Odel, thank you so much for coming up. I know it's another day for you. It's early. We truly appreciate your time / energy of spending with us. Did you have any last words for the family? Uh-oh. Is he still there? All right, brother, we'll let you be. Okay, so thank you. Let me give a round of applause to Brother Odel. We truly appreciate you, brother, and all that you do. So we appreciate you. So Brother Odel is our brother from the UK. All right. So he's 6 or 7 hours ahead of us. So he's about to start his day. Yeah. Oh, I just saw your comment, Brother Sean. Damn, you put that in an hour ago, but I was sharing my screen when you said we were not meant to work with everyone. I 1000% agree. And I'm going to even add on to that to say we were not meant to work with most. Because people are still not understanding what 1% means. So very good comment. Nephew New, you have any last words for the family?
Other dribblers want to say I love your reflection. Also, peace to all the feminine for giving the men the chance to learn from them, in a sense, Auntie and Auntie Sandra. I'm working on self. I'm come to the realization of being comfortable with others uncomfortable by being myself. Because I find when you become yourself, a lot of people that have low vibrations hate. Yes. And a lot of those low vibrations are put in positions of what you could consider power. And it's just more about, as you would say, not necessarily needing to work with everyone. I may not necessarily need to be in that position as much as I may want to be. I have to find an environment, as you would say, that corresponds to my vibration, not necessarily trying to be in an environment that does it, and trying to fit into that. That's one thing I think a lot of us has to learn into. We have to be comfortable with being the sore thumb, be comfortable with being the outcast, be comfortable and still shine our frequency despite it not, how can I say, reciprocating with the popularity or the being popular, being the favorite in the group per se. So that's where I've struggled, trying to fit in, trying to be, how can I say, the popular one, realizing that's not who I am. And to be that individual, I have to be lesser than myself. I have to demote my vibration to a lower vibration so that those individuals feel comfortable. At the end of the day, I feel like I've done something wrong with spirit, because spirit's like, well, I'm not going to give you opportunities to move forward because you're not on vibration. So it's a matter of knowing that you have to do what you're supposed to do your spiritual work, despite the complications or the problems that may be facing you. If you don't get through that lesson, you're not going to get the reward of the thought process or the vibration to move forward. So just with that, thank you for bringing that message through and through, Brother Sean, everyone on the panel, and overall, just we love you.
Okay. Thank you, nephew. Thank you, nephew. Love you too. Very powerful message that you just talked about, and that's really profound what you said when you're lowering yourself or you're dimming your light to fit in, to be popular, to make other people comfortable.
Get a job per se.
Right. And then that's at any level, because people do it in relationships.
Even that, yeah.
You know, whether it be, you know, romantic relationships, whether it be friendships, whether even interacting with your family. It takes something out of you. That's why we said what we said. You got to be willing to be like, oh, well, if you feel I'm the black sheep, then goddamn it, I'm the black sheep. It is what it is.
And wear that hat, be okay with it.
You have to be okay with it. Absolutely. Absolutely. Because at this point, it should pain you to have to lessen yourself to make others comfortable. At this point, it really should pain your soul to have to do that.
What I've come to realize is how desperate they are for that to be done. It seems as if when you don't, it hurts them even more. Like, what can I do to get that individual to lower their vibration?
Oh, absolutely. And they'll work. Well, they eventually get tired when you stand your position. You have to stay in your position. That's why I said it takes courage.
Yeah.
Because it really does. And, you know, once you start evolving and you get to the point, you like, you know what, I don't give a fuck. I said what I said. Baby, I did what I did. And it is what it is.
Fuck how your feelings feel about it. I'm sorry.
Right. Fuck what you feel about it, because I don't do fake shit. I just don't do the fake shit. I don't do fake friends. I don't do fake love. I just don't do that shit. I don't want to fucking be bothered. Yeah, I don't want to hee and grin in your motherfucking face. If I ain't feeling you, I ain't feeling you. And it's motherfucking simple as that.
They're hiding the truth with that fake love, that fake type of friendship.
Yeah.
Friends will tell you truthful things that may hurt you, but you're happy that they said it to you because you just realized that was the truth, regardless of the feeling. So to have to watch your words to just make a person feel nice so that you can get X, Y, Z out of them. That's really depressing now.
Exactly. And Sis Nonya says, I'm dealing with some of the lowest vibrational on a daily, but I'm super grown. So I just say, fuck them. And to be real honest, if we want to keep this simple, that's some grown people shit. You be like, baby, they said what? Oh, I don't give a fuck about that. And you have to be okay with telling people I don't give a fuck about none of that shit you talking about. I said what I said. This is how this story is going to end regarding me. Get the fuck on up the street with that bullshit.
Yeah. You have to write your story.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So, very good job. I'm proud of you, nephew. You coming along, boy. I remember we used to battle, but I saw your heart because we used to battle. Now I'm like, no, blah blah blah. So you're coming along. So good for you. I'm really proud of you. Good for you. Sis Sandra, you have any last words for the family?
You know, the strangest thing is I'm getting a new understanding about the word left, those words left behind. And those are the ones that didn't conform. And so I think they have it in the wrong text, because the ones that don't conform are the ones that are going to be saved out of this mess they're trying to set up. So, and the ones who did conform are the ones who are going to be caught up in it. So that's the ones that, you know, when I'm looking at left behind versus the rapture, so they're reaping their souls.
Absolutely.
Because they got caught up in it.
Right.
They agreed to it. They bought into the religious doctrines and the packages that came with it, you know, the baptism signatures and the birth, you know, the birth certificates and all that kind of stuff. So they became part of the system.
Right.
And so they're the ones who would be considered raptured. And we would be considered left behind because we didn't do it. We said, no, we don't consent.
Indeed. Okay. Yes, thank you so much. Thanks, Cassandra.
And thank the family. I love your comments. My goodness,
I know I haven't been able to get into it tonight.
I'm growing my country line on these, man. They really good.
Yeah, they be in there doing
they
it.
Posted. Yeah, no.
Yeah. Brother Sean, you have any last words for the family?
Well, family, you're going to outgrow people on your journey. You're going to leave a lot of people behind.
Yeah.
A lot of people are going to be upset about your growth because they can't see what you see. They don't feel what you feel.
Yep.
But that's the nature of parasites. Just because we came up with somebody or even have blood relations with somebody doesn't mean they're not a parasite in nature. Doesn't mean that they hold themselves to the same higher standards that you hold yourself.
Exactly.
And it's not your responsibility or burden to carry as to how they perceive you, as to whether or not they can elevate their frequency at this moment. You here for you. You here to elevate yourself. If your example of being you helps others, then so be it. If it don't, so be it. Long as you are about your purpose, you'll help all those that you are meant to help.
Yep.
But don't overexert or overextend yourself trying to save everyone. And even those you are meant to help doesn't mean that they should occupy all of your time.
Can you just say that for the slow ones in the back or people that struggle with that?
Even if you help someone, you're not obligated to give them all of your time and energy. You need that for yourself. Healers need to heal too. Just because you're a healer or a teacher doesn't mean that you don't take time to heal and to become a student again. because each energy that you interact with is going to require something different to remove it. You're constantly learning.
Right.
And you have to remember that even on quote unquote higher dimensions, there are negative forces. What's taking place now is taking place on every dimension you could possibly imagine. We affect everything, but everything shouldn't affect us. I love y'all. Wholeness and power.
All right. Thank you, Brother Sean. Thank you for that wisdom. Thanks so much. All right, fam. So, I mean, all I have to say in closing is, of course, love yourself. You know, what you've been waiting on. Okay. So love yourself enough to heal. Love yourself enough to do the work. Love yourself enough to create the world that you want to live in and that you want your legacy, your children, your bloodline to live in. Okay. You have the power to do that. Okay. Your energy is precious. Your soul is precious. Only the deserving should have access to it.
Yeah.
That's the most important commodity. It's your essence, your energy / soul. Only the deserving should have access to it. Love yourself enough to take care of it and guard it. Okay? Because not only does your physical life depend on it here, but also your spiritual. So with that said, fam, we fencing to be up out of here. Let me give a round of applause to the YouTube chat. Y'all be in here swinging, doing your thing, dropping jewels, and just giving a shout out to the audience as well that be hanging in there with us. I know we be going up around the corner, turn a few blocks, this, that, and the third. So shout out to you as well. That's all we're gonna have. I'm trying to think of what else. I think that's it. Sorry, I'm discombobulated. It's been a heck of a day, but we got through it. So with that said, family, I love you all very much. We will be back. Oh, no, we're not going to be back next week. So I'm not going to be here next week. I'll actually be out of town. So we're taking a break next week. We'll be back on the 29th. Okay. So with that said, family, love you all very much. We are Truth UnCompromised, and we're going to rock out with some closing music. So peace and love, fam.
Peace and love.